Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Erotica Book Club. We are back here again. Hello, Night Wolf. Arr! I gotta get a better wolf howl. I'm not good at it. I'm good at kitty meows. Not so much with the wolfy stuff. Well, I just opened the book, and holy hell does it smell like burnt. Hi, Sarah Bellum. Great to see you. But yeah, holy hell does book smell like burnt. My bathroom no longer does, though. I do need to Google how do you get smoke stains out of enamel, because oops, the fire got a little big. But yeah, book smells like burnt. Still have a list of burnables. Forgot to get a pillow again. Damn it. And I just said, a friend of mine just reminded me, we're just on the phone because I was so far behind. And he knows like my list of things I have to do. And he even reminded me to get a pillow and something to vomit into in case of needed. I doubled up on the Tums though. I have eaten 4 very large Tums. My throat still tastes like mint. Now I'm looking at the wrong page. Where's my notes? Aha! Got them. There is a pile of notes under my keyboard for various things. Burnable words. Darling girl, sweetheart, mine, girlin, baby girl, and snatch. I've also started keeping tallies of a few things. The number of times she faints, so far it's at 4. Unexplained time jumps, 2. Times it copies 50 Shades, I'm up to 14. And the spelling C-O-M-E versus C-U-M. So far we're on 4 for wrong, 1 for right. Though why it is using both spellings to refer to the same thing, I don't know, but it is. And definitely, editor didn't see this sentence. So far we're at 2. As for what happened last week, I don't remember at all. I do remember we're starting in the midst of a sex scene, so that's just where I set myself up to be. Remind me to never do that again, please. Cream of tartar works for what? I don't even know what cream of tartar is. Wasn't shopping last week. Oh yeah, they were on a plane and she's like apparently afraid of flying. So this made him get violent. And despite him repeatedly saying that he's not going to have sex with her, all he did was sex with her. While still saying he's not going to. So we have that contradiction going on. She has yet to be afraid, I think, at any point, which is the most unbelievable thing. Oh, cream of tartar might take the stains off the enamel. That would be good. Yeah, because I really don't want my building knowing that I do that. You know, I always wrap the shower curtain up nice and tight so it doesn't burn. And, like, it's in I figure it's in a steel bathtub surrounded by tiles. There's nothing that can catch. And as you can tell, there's always water in the bathtub. So literally all I have to do is take, you know, anything and just shove the bowl down and it'll flood and go out immediately. So I'm always very safe about that. It just gets some soot on things sometimes. But it washes off for the most part. Sometimes it takes a while. Oh yeah, she also alternates between calling him by his actual name, which she knows, and calling him the Man in Black, which is still weird because it's like, girl, you know his name now. Like, why would you be calling him 2 different people? So yeah, I think that is where we find ourselves. We'll probably get somewhere through from, we're still mid chapter 6, so we'll get We'll get probably through chapter 7, a little bit into chapter 8 if I remember the page count that we're currently on. Not that we have gotten through page count once since starting this. Yeah, pay big attention to this one. Because book is all about the sexual violence, which again, if that is your kink, you do you. Please. Enjoy. Always. Anything's consensual. Enjoy. Hello, Setdale and your dragons. Alright. All rise for our national anthem, and then we shall return to whence we left. And see if we get any ducks. We still have 6 ducks remaining. Then I have to order more ducks. I have already sourced the new ducks. I just haven't ordered them yet because I kind of have a bit of a superstitious rule that I cannot order new ducks until all of the previous ducks are gone, or else it feels like I'm cursing the previous ducks, you know? But here goes nothing.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. Yes, please like the channel. Thank you, Deacon. Hi, Deacon. And hi, Sarah Bellum, Sethdale, Nightwolf. I think I got everybody that said hi so far. We're going to pour a glass of wine, and then we shall introduce our ducks, of course. 2 of them did try to escape today. Ralph and Playboy tried to escape. Fortunately, the puppy was asleep, so they didn't get, gobbled. Because he's waiting for his chance. Like, do not think Puppy is so innocent. He's not. He got in trouble for getting in the garbage twice this week. And I assure you, he's a very well-fed puppy. He's always got food in his dish, and he knows it. He just prefers to go foraging in the garbage and make a giant freaking mess for me to find in the morning. And yes, I've tried every form of, sealable, containable garbage can known to man. You have to head out early, Deacon, I understand, but we're glad that you're here. We got a little snow like a couple days ago. It's only, there's like maybe like 4 or 5 inches on the ground. It's like nothing. We really haven't gotten hit that hard. We had a 1 day blizzard, but it didn't lay down a lot and it didn't stay. And we really haven't gotten much other than that. Had a couple like very windy, super cold days, just not a lot of snow. But as always, we have our resplendent pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with 2 Bs, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, PB Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, and Ferguson. You've been watching a cooking show? There's like 1.5 billion cooking shows. And these are our ducks that are still available to sponsor. They are all $10 each. Link should be at the top of the chat. Please let me know if it's not. And we have Scuba Diving Duck, Flounder Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Chicken Jockey Duck, Orion Slave Girl Duck, and Cupid Duck, waiting to fill out our pantheon. And once they are gone, new ducks will be ordered, a lot of which will be painted. So I plan to get my creativity on because I like the painting of the ducks. So that is our low tier sponsorship at $10 for 25. I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs. These are my personal favorite. 420 pages. There's a key in here. There's also a key on a string around my desk because we always practice safety here, and these are not safety cuffs. So always make sure you have a key within reach that cannot be taken away. Hence the string around the monitor. So personal fave, $25. That is my go-to. Or once we pass the drinking hour, which is in about 45 minutes, for $50, I will chug this glass of wine in one go, usually successfully. That can be repeated up to 3 times an evening with an interval of at least half an hour in between. Half an hour and some water. And if anyone is truly out of their mind, or maybe they just had a really good week at the casino, you never know, for $100, I will put on this spiked bra off camera. Because, YouTube don't allow nudity. But you will definitely be able to tell that I am wearing it. And I really will. I've had like, I don't know why, but I've had 3 people this week from other channels think that I am lying about this somehow or that it's not real or something. And it's like, I wish I could remember what episodes I'd worn it on before. So I could be like, go to this video, go to this time code. You will see. I'm not a liar and it's real. Okay. Like, look, see, real. Okay. Real. All right. I think that is everything we had to cover. It's pretty good. The judges aren't playing around. Is it like Chopped or Master Chef or Top Chef or something chef? Because some of them, the judges are kind of wishy-washy. Like you can tell on some of them, like the judges have been told, like hint, hint, nudge, nudge by the production, like who to try and keep because they are like good for ratings because they're the loudest or most dramatic or the person that everybody hates, so they'll try to keep them a few extra weeks just for the ratings, you know what I mean? And there are other shows that don't care. There are other shows where you can tell they don't care about any of that. They're just like, no, either your food is good enough to stay or there's the door. And those are the better ones. Oh, who remembers what's that? I think it's still on even. It's a cooking competition one with the chairman and Alton Brown, and it's known for the catchphrase "a la cuisine." It's like 2 chefs get 1 ingredient, and they have to do like a 5-course meal in like an hour or 2 hours, and they don't know what it is, so it's like on the spot. Bobby Flay got a spin-off show from it. I forget what it was called, but it was themed like Iron Chef. That's what it is. It was Iron Chef. It was like a battle royale kind of thing. Yeah. Those used to be fun. I will say I did learn one or two things. All right. Here we are. This is the author. Everything in this is her fault. Oh, damn it. I knew I wanted to look something up before stream started. It has nothing to do with this. Because I just saw on Twitter, I don't know if this is true, but I heard somebody apparently, again, this is going to be like the fourth time in 2 years, somebody is remaking, I think, the Resident Evil movies. I haven't confirmed it yet, or whether it's a movie or a series, and I'm like, okay, you just did not one but two series this year. There were two independent, separate from each other, somehow happened in the same year, series of Resident Evil that nobody watched. Because even I was intending to watch one of them. I didn't, because just from the trailer I watched, I knew it was utter garbage. It had a budget, for sure. It had a budget. They had some creativity. They had good makeup effects. I'll give them that. Good makeup effects. But it didn't follow the story of either any of the games or any of the movies. And the original Paul W.S. Anderson movies, I'm calling them original now because I think somebody is remaking them, those have nothing to do with the games either. They never did. Though they did, the weird thing is on the first one, before Anderson got involved, they asked, who was it? I forget who, but they asked somebody super famous that actually knew the games, and they wrote a first draft of the script that actually was basically the first game just turned into a movie, but the studio hated it. And so they let Anderson completely rip it apart and do his own thing, and he wound up doing a prequel to any of the games, which oddly enough is the only movie that people like. I like the second one too. I cut it some slack. But the rest are garbage, and it is one of the few film franchises, I think there's only a handful, that has an actual body count with the production. Not one, but two people died while the Resident Evil movies, different ones, were being filmed. They also had one of the highest injury counts of any franchise ever, because not only did they literally cause a stunt woman to lose an arm and a leg, that's not a joke, she literally did after a motorcycle stunt gone horrifically wrong. That was in the sixth one, where also somebody died. The second one, they caused 80 to 90 people to go to the hospital in Toronto when the scaffolding they had set up that was not cleared and was not safety certed and wasn't bolted into the building like it should have been, collapsed and sent over 80 people to the hospital. It blocked a major road for 4 days and damaged 2 skyscrapers. That's why they got kicked out of Canada and then moved the production away from North America. And the other 4 were filmed in, let's just say, countries that don't have safety standards, like Czechoslovakia, Romania, where as long as you're paying, you can do anything you want. And that's when, they went from causing mass casualties to causing fatalities. But also, they haven't been, the movies haven't been gone that long. So I don't know if whoever's remaking it is doing a show or a movie, but I'm just kind of curious to see if anybody will actually even attempt to make something that is one of the games. Because so far, nobody has actually done that. There have been so many things called Resident Evil movies or series, and yet none of them follow the events of the games at all. It's like, how have you gone 20 years and you've yet to actually make the thing whose name is on it? But hey, Anderson got a wife and a kid out of it, so... And their kid is in the sixth one. Their daughter, Mila Jovovich and Paul W.S. Anderson, their actual daughter, who is like 10, is in the last movie. Which is kind of fitting, because the two of them met on the first one. They got married on the second one. She had the kid between 3 and 4. So it kind of makes sense. It's a nice family moment. It makes no sense in the movie, and they destroy their own canon, but they do that every movie. The Resident Evil movies have no consistency. Yeah, that is poo. Yeah, no, there's a reason that Anderson's production company, Screen Gems, got kicked out of Canada. And he wound up paying, at the time, the largest fine that had ever been issued to a movie production company. And it wasn't to his production company. It was issued to him personally, because he was in charge. and he was the one who failed to get the permits and failed to have safety. Mortal Kombat? I heard those were cheeseball, like the 80s ones? Or are there new ones? I don't know much about Mortal Kombat other than like the iconic sayings. Okay, so we're in the middle of a sex scene where he has oh yeah, they also mistakenly use the word collar instead of cuffs because he puts her in like wrist and ankle cuffs. The 80s ones, are they good? Are they like secretly good? Do you, are they like the kind where you have to be high first and then they're good? So yeah, he's got her cuffed and shackled to a bed. This is like the 5th time they're having sex, even though he swears he will not have sex with her until she asks, and then says he's punishing her with sex by going down. I don't understand this. Was it 90s? Yeah, probably. That's a franchise that'll probably come back around. I mean, somebody will do a series out of it just because they can, like Netflix or Amazon or somebody. It feels like Amazon. Oh yeah, he like kissed. Where am I getting? Oh yeah, he put her in a spreader bar because it's literally copying the spreader bar scene from 50 Shades. Yeah, literally just copying it. I was hoping you would do that. This is a telescopic bar. It can elongate but will not shorten unless you know where to push. I started panicking. Well, that's a first. She's been held captive by this guy for like a week now, and this is the first time she's even a little bit afraid. I was immobilized with my legs spread wide, an invitation from my tormentor. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I stiffened. Um. The man in black moved closer, pulled the sheets from under me, and covered me with them. Don't be afraid, he said with the same smirk on his face as he walked to the door. I want to punch him in the face. Hey. He opened it and led a young woman inside. I couldn't see her clearly, but she had long dark hair and wore impossibly high-heeled stilettos that accentuating the shape of her toned legs. Oh, is this the girlfriend that we saw in only the opening scene? She's not dead. Is that her? Are we going to see? Do we know? Massimo told her something and the girl froze. That's when I realized he was still naked. The woman didn't seem to care. Then he covered the distance between us and leaned over me, lifting my head and putting a pillow beneath it so I could see the whole room without having to exert any muscles. That's an odd way to phrase that. I'd like to show you something. Something you're going to miss out on, he whispered, biting my earlobe gently. Is he gonna fuck the other girl in front of her? Is he really gonna like fuck her and make her scream and be like, you could have this if you just give in to me? I don't think that's as tempting as you think it is, dude. But it would fit right in with the level of porn that this is. He returned to the other side of the room, sat back on the sofa chair opposite the bed I was strapped to. Keeping his eyes on me, he called out to the woman in Italian. Hearing it, she burst into motion, stepping out of her dress and standing before Massimo in her underwear. My heart started pounding as she dropped to her knees and promptly started to suck my oppressor's cock. There we go. Just go right. Yep. 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 Oh yeah, and she saw him in the shower, and ever since she can't stop talking about his dick and how much she wants it. And it's like, girl, yeah, she's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly horny. Night, Deacon. Sleep well. Don't dream of this. How long till I can drink? 35 minutes? Okay. His hands landed on her head, his fingers entwining her hair. I should have eaten more Tums. I couldn't believe it. His black eyes, what is it with the black eyes? Were fixing me with a steady gaze. He was breathing heavily, greedily gulping the air. The girl knew what she was doing. She was a pro. I don't mind her being called a whore at all, because that's literally all we know about her. So at least now we know she is still there and either has no idea what's going on, doesn't care what's going on, or is in collusion with what's going on. Like, how is this going to work? Like, he's got to get rid of her at some point. Unless this isn't the girlfriend, because he hasn't confirmed her name. Once in a while, Massimo would say something in Italian as if instructing her. In response, she moaned lusciously. Okay, see, I was looking for the word lasciviously, but it says lusciously. I watched them, trying to come to grips with what I was feeling. His piercing gaze made my body burn with desire. I couldn't take my eyes off him. His ecstasy. Girl, are you on ecstasy? Because that would make more sense. The fact that it wasn't me between his legs chafed at me. Was I jealous? Did I envy this woman over that bossy prick? I pushed that thought away. Girl, all you have been doing is whining about how much you wanted to suck his dick. That's all you did in the previous half of this chapter. And she knows. All she has to do is say to him, okay, I consent to be yours, and he'll get it on with her in a second. So, and it's not like she's been telling him no. I pushed that thought away. I wouldn't want what she's having. All you've done is want it. But I couldn't stop staring all the same. At one moment, Massimo tightened his grip on the girl's head and brutally pushed his cock into her throat, making her choke. She wasn't sucking him off anymore. He was fucking her mouth. He went in deep and fast. I squirmed on the bed, making the chains holding me in place rattle against the wooden posts. I was breathing heavily now, my chest heaving too fast for my liking. The show Massimo was starring in was exciting me, stroking the flames of my passion. But at the same time making me angry. I understood the words he had said to me before the girl approached him. It would infuriate me to no end. Also, it would make me want to prove him wrong, and I'd be incredibly stubborn and deny what he wanted. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Should have got Kleenex. Ugh. Yeah, I was jealous. It required a conscious effort, but I managed to close my eyes and turn my head to the side. Open your eyes and look at me right now, Massimo hissed. I will not. You can't make me, I replied with a croaky voice barely audible. If you won't look at me right now, I'll lie next to you and she'll finish the job rubbing against you. Your choice, Laura. I want to kill this guy. The threat was enough to make me open my eyes again. When my stare met his, I could see the satisfaction in his eyes. His parted lips spread into a faint smile. The man in black rose from his seat and moved closer to me, so the girl kneeling before him was now sitting with her back to the bed, some 5 feet from me. My hips were moving of their own accord, brushing against the satin sheets. My tongue trailed along my parched lips. I wanted him. If not for the fact I was tied down, I probably would have thrown that woman out and finished what she started. Girl, okay. One, she's a slut, which, again, I got no problem with, but what in the actual fuck? Like, what is he dosing her with daily? Is there pheromones and oxytocin being pumped into this room? Like, what? Like, seriously, what? And Massimo knew that. After a while, his eyes grew darker and emptier. And beads of sweat formed on his chest, and I knew he was going to come. Spelled wrong. Where's my page? Magical pen. That makes 5. The movements of the girl kneeling in front of him grew fast. The movements of the girl kneeling in front of him grew faster. Yes, Lara, yes, Massimo moaned, as all the muscles in his body tensed. He came, flooding the girl's throat with sperm. I'm gonna puke. I was ecstatic, burning up with desire. I felt like I was orgasming with him. No, you don't, because that's not how that works. Seriously, what is it with erotica authors having no goddamn clue how anything works? A wave of heat crossed my body. Massimo's eyes didn't waver even for a second. He was looking straight at me. I breathed out slowly, relieved that the show had come to an end. The man in black barked something in Italian and the woman pulled away, got up, picked up her dress, and left the room. Massimo left too, disappearing into the bathroom. I heard the sound of the shower. A few minutes later, he emerged and walked over to me, rubbing his head with a towel. I can put you at ease, baby girl. Now we get to play with fire. I have to read the other side first. I'll lick you slow, make you come. Wrong again. I'll make it last, unless you prefer to feel me inside you. Dude, just bang already. I opened my eyes wide. My heart was thundering fast and hard, like applause after a Beyonce concert. What? 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 I wanted to defy him, but I couldn't speak. Not even a word came out of my mouth. Girl, you think it matters? You've not figured out yet that it doesn't matter what you say or don't say? With a quick snap, Massimo tore the sheets from over me and untied the bathrobe I was wrapped in. Wasn't she naked? I like this hotel for 2 reasons, he said, taking a seat on the bed. First, it's mine. And second, it has this apartment. I've been looking for the perfect furniture for a long time. His voice was calm, sexy. You see, Laura, you're immobilized now, so effectively, you have no chance of escaping or offering any resistance. She has done neither this entire time, or even attempted. uh, he licked the inside of my thigh. At the same time, I can enjoy each and every part of your gorgeous body. He grabbed my ankles, spreading my legs wider, the telescopic rod snapping a couple of times and locked in place, holding my legs in the shape of a very wide V. Alright, I gotta highlight. I'm having such a hard time remembering which of them said the lines I'm highlighting later. Because it's hard to tell. Please, I whispered. It was the only thing that came to mind. Are you asking me to begin already? Or stop? It was a simple question, but the answer wasn't coming. I only let out a soft yelp of resignation. I don't want to know what that sounds like. The, the man in black crawled toward me and hovered over my face, pinning me with his eyes. His lower lip brushed against my nose, lips, cheeks. Ew. He's just slobbering on her. I'll fuck you so hard all of Sicily will hear you scream. Didn't they fly to Rome or something? Please, no. I croaked with the last of my strength and squeezed my eyes shut. They were watering. Complete silence fell then. I was too afraid to open my eyes, terrified of what I see. I heard a click and felt my right hand falling to the mattress free. Then more clicks. After a while, I was completely free. Oh, so this time he's not going to go down on her against will. The first couple of times was what? Warm up? Or because she actually said no this time, he's listening? Like, is that how it works with him? He'll go until you actually tell him to stop? Like, dude, that's not how consent works. Put some clothes on. We need to be in one of my clubs in an hour, Massimo said, leaving the bedroom, still naked. I stayed on the bed for a moment longer, analyzing what had happened. Suddenly, a tsunami of fury rolled over me. I jumped to my feet and rushed out, chasing him. This is not a good idea. He was already standing in his suit pants, sipping on champagne. Would you care to explain this to me? I shrieked as he slowly turned, hearing me stomp out of the adjoining room. What is there to explain? He asked nonchalantly, leaning against the table. Yeah, seriously. What are you wanting an explanation for? He's an evil crime lord, he kidnapped you, and he's delusionally infatuated with you. Like, what? I'm not seeing where you're confused here. Of course I had to go and fuck up my makeup. Of course I did. Of course I did. Of course I did. I cannot do anything right. Alright, it'll do. It'll do. I'm trying to tone down. We're 108 pages into this already. I feel like nothing has happened. That girl took your interest? She's nothing but a whore. I own a few brothels and you didn't want to help me blow off some steam. The bed and the toys on it didn't seem to be to your liking. That doesn't require any further comment, does it? Just like Veronica and what she did. Okay, so it's not the girlfriend. It's literally just a whore that he had brought from one of his clubs. Okay. Judging by your reaction, at least. He lifted his brows. What more is there to say? Massimo crossed his arms. I won't force myself on you. You already have! You already have more than once! Not before you give me your consent. Seriously, author thinks that penis in vagina is the only thing that actually counts as sex. That everything else that he's done, which is definitely sex, definitely against her will a couple of times, not recently, but a couple times, that counts as sex, you stupid bitch. Like, it just, it makes my brain hurt when people think that, like, missionary style intercourse is the only thing that counts as sex. There's so much more than that. You know, and there's not a free pass of as long as you didn't put your dick in it, then it's not rape. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Way too many people think it does. But that's not how that works. I promised. But it's hard for me to control myself fully. But I won't rape you, said the rapist. He turned away and headed towards the door. Despite that, we both know perfectly well that it would have been the best sex of our lives, and that you would beg for more when it ended. I hate that he is probably right, on that count at least. He can still absolutely go to hell. I stood rooted to the spot, not able to deny what he was saying. He was right. There was no point fighting the obvious. Back in the bedroom, he he had been just a couple of minutes from finally making me cave in. What finally? It's been like a week. Again, if this is after 6, 8 months and he's been like teasing and tormenting her but not touching her the entire time, then I understand where she is. This has been in 7 days. What Massimo wanted, though, was for me to give myself over out of love instead of animalistic desire. He wanted to possess me whole. Sticking his cock inside me wasn't enough. I swear I wrote better than this when I was 12. One day soon, I gotta dig out. There's a story, like a novella that I wrote. I don't remember if I ever finished it, but it was pretty long. I wrote it in the summer, when you're bored as a kid. Um, I was like 12, 13. I still have it. I've said a few times I should type it up and just see what's there. I'm sure it'll be completely cringe and awful and full of horrible misspellings and cliches and very like naive and again 12-year-old. But I'm willing to bet it's on par with this at least. There's no explicit sex in it because I wasn't that brave yet, and so I didn't write that. But I remember I was on this weird obsession where remember gel pens? Remember when gel pens ruled the world? Especially scented ones if you were a teenage girl. I remember I would only write in cinnamon scented red gel pen. Don't ask me why. I had an obsession thing going on, and it was the only pen that I would use. God, he was devious and manipulative. No, actually, he's not. Manipulative, yes. Devious, hell no. Nor is he being intelligent about his manipulation. He's very much being the very blunt end of the stick about it. Like, and I'm not even sure half of what he does qualifies as manipulation. After what he had said as he was leaving, I wanted him even more. Of course. There's nothing that he can do to make her not want him. Like, she's on drugs. Now it was I who needed to keep it together, just to stop myself from throwing myself on him on one of those gigantic sofas. I screamed, helpless, balling my fists, then went to take a cold shower. It was what I needed. If you reverse the roles, this is better, but it's still terrible. Like, come on. What the hell? So she's horny as hell and frustrated. And I guess he's saying, "Oh no, I'm not gonna fuck you until you love me." But he just went down on her as a punishment. And he's like he's sexually touched her like how many times? Like, she shouldn't be this pent up for one, because she's been getting off pretty rag. But what is the appeal of him? Yeah, I forgot. He's got the world's most beautiful penis and it's huge and blah blah blah. So what? Kelly roll gel pens? I don't know. I had generic from the dollar store ones. I don't know those. But I know, like, I think Sharpie did a line of them, and, like, maybe Starburst or like the candy companies got in. They got their money in. That'll be 250 points, Alex. unconfusing shows. Who hosts Wheel of Fortune? Pat Sajak. I was thinking of Alex Trebek. I still miss him. Although I was really hoping Maya Bialik would be the permanent host of Jeopardy. So you're just screaming at the universe, or are there more letters coming? Maybe one of the dragons is trying to send a coded message. When I left the bathroom, I met Dominic in the living room. He was leaving another bottle of champagne on the table. How much does this woman drink? I mean, I fucking drink, but not like this. I'm surprised you aren't sick of him yet, he said, pouring me a glass. Who said I'm not? And you never ask me what I'd like, instead making me drink all these fizzy carbs all the time. I said with a laugh, sipping the beverage. Again, it's been 7 days. She's talking like it's been months. Like, if you want to say it's been months, fine, do that, but strawberry glitter gel pen. Girl, you ruled. Throw my teacher nuts. Yeah, we weren't allowed to use them at school. Yeah, there was a letter sent home saying standard black or blue non-scented pens only at school, please. I mean, of course, we just still all brought them to school because some people could only get certain ones, so there was a lot of trading going on. Plus, it became like a status show-off thing. And just because you couldn't use it for schoolwork didn't mean you couldn't use them for all the notes you pass in class. What is this place we're about to go to? It's called Nostro, Massimo's favorite club. He keeps an eye on all the comings and goings personally. It's a pretty classy spot. Only politicians, businessmen, and... He trailed off, making me all the more curious. And who? They're whores? Like Veronica? I spun on my heel, facing him. Girl, what do you care that he got a blowjob from a hooker? Who cares? Seriously, who cares? I'd be grateful. Because as long as he's fucking her, he's not fucking me, and I'm good with that. Also, do you really want somebody who's regularly in the company of those women? Nothing against them, I'm just saying, there's a reason couples make each other get tested. Because brothels tend not to care if their girls get sick, and, clients tend not to think of those women as being worth protecting, so... Dominic sent me a probing look as if checking my bluff. I didn't allow my face to show any emotion, instead focusing on rummaging through my clothes, pretending to look for something appropriate to wear for the evening. Once in a while, I pressed the champagne glass to my lips, sipping. Maybe not exactly like Veronica, but yes, it's a place for people who cannot act as freely anywhere else, so it's a sex club. After she sucked Massimo off in front of me, I had the impression she knew him well. They probably spent some quality time together in that club of his, eh? Why do you care? I said it. I had meant to think it only, but it came out loud. But it came out aloud. Now I didn't know what to do. I shrugged and went to the bathroom. Why would you care? This is the guy who is your personal servant. Why would you care what Silently scolding myself. I didn't close the door, and after a while, as I was doing my makeup, Dominic appeared at the door and leaned against the wall. He couldn't hide his amusement at my sincerity. Dude, he didn't know if she would be naked, and I'm pretty sure the man in black would be pretty pissed if he saw her naked. But, again, pretty sure the guy is gay, and that's why he is the one allowed to attend to her personally. You know, it's not really my business who blows whom or employs for that matter. So you're telling me you're not even interested in how you get your recruitment done? Dominic raised a brow and burst out laughing. Forgive me, Laura, but are you jealous? I felt a shiver run down my spine. Was I that bad at pretending not to care? When were you supposedly doing that? I'm just losing my patience. I want this year to end and I want to go home. Now, what should I wear? Again, this makes more sense if it's 8 months on. I asked, changing the subject and turning away from the mirror. Dominic smiled charmingly and turned eh, turned to head back to the living room. You can't be jealous about a whore you know. She's only doing her job. And I've already prepared a dress for you. As he left, I collapsed, hiding my head in my hands, bent over the sink. If it was so clear that I couldn't keep my wits about me, it would only become worse with time. Focus, I said to myself, slapping myself in the face. Okay. just did her makeup and smacking herself in the face. Yeah, okay. If this is your way of disciplining yourself, I can gladly hit you harder. There we go. That's a line. That's a line in a thing. That can I drink yet? Can I drink a lot, please? Not a lot. 8 minutes. Okay, I can survive 8 minutes. But God, do I need a drink? You know, always nice when your captor offers to hit you harder. Ugh. You'd like to slap me in the face? I asked, grabbing my eyeliner. If that's your thing. Okay, I can support the if that's your thing. I tried to focus on doing my makeup, but those piercing eyes of his were making everything harder. Even the easiest thing, it seemed. How about you tell him to get out? You want something? If not, leave me. See, that's the first thing she said that I approve of. Veronica is a prostitute. She comes over, sucks my dick, and sometimes I fuck her if I'm in the mood. She likes the violence and the money, and she's working with the most discerning clients, myself included. All the girls work for me. Okay, so I'm guessing the first one that I saw was another whore. So not the girlfriend, she was just a hooker. Do I have to listen to this? I spun around and crossed my arms. Would you like to tell me how Martin used to fuck me? Or would you like me to tell you how Martin used to fuck me? Or maybe you'd like to watch. His eyes darkened and his sly smirk vanished, leaving a face that could have been made of stone. Massimo got up and walked over to me, grabbing me by the shoulder. He's always grabbing her, just like Gray. Lifting me and perching me on the counter next to the sink. I forgot to set the book on fire. You know, tisk tisk chat. You're supposed to remind me when we're supposed to play with fire. Hello, Ryan. Good to see ya. We're about to play with fire. It's only been a couple pages. No, why was I going to say days? Because this book feels like it takes days to read. You missed a really bad sex scene. Wait, it was like mid-page. And it was on this side. There it is. I got it. I got it. All right. Time to play with fire. I'm going to keep it further back this time so there's less chance I set the whole book on fire accidentally. I learn. will call that good enough. See, I didn't fully set it on fire. I only charred the part that I wanted to. Where were we? Perching me on the counter next to the sink. Everything you see here is mine. He seized me by the head and turned my face to the mirror. Everything you see, he hissed furiously. Why is he mad? And I'll kill anyone who takes what's mine. He turned his back on me and left without another word. See, again, he makes no sense because why? Why? He's just intermittently like possessive, jealous, and raging at the same time, but it comes from nothing. Like, what if she was looking at another guy or something like that? Then to get his sudden burst of jealousy. He walked in on her getting ready to go to the club, acted like a possessive, jealous douchebag for no reason, reinforced the you're my property thing, and I'm a bad guy, and then leaves. This is like the third time he has done this. It is just completely random and comes out of nowhere. And it makes no sense. It's not connected to anything. It's just random. I'm going to be a bad guy and terrorize you for 5 seconds moment. And then they both act like nothing happened. Set the whole thing ablaze and pirated digital. I can't read off a digital screen while I'm on live though. Also, I don't like reading books off a digital screen. I have an original Kindle that still works, by the way, because it hasn't been used. It was sitting in a drawer for like 12 years. But I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into reading off a tablet or whatever. I mean, I do, like, I read news articles on my phone, but a whole book? Mm-mm. I don't know. I think I'm too old. I'm old school. Like, even in school, I hated when we had to start typing all our reports and stuff. Mostly because I didn't have a printer at the time, and for whatever reason, like, back then, the school wouldn't let you print out your assignments in the computer lab, and it's like, then why the fuck do we have one? And also, it's your idiot teacher requiring me to type this up and print it out, and I don't have a printer at home like 99% of students at the time. Most students didn't even have a computer at home. I was very lucky that I had a computer. And yeah, I used to type up assignments for other students because I was the only one in the class that had a computer. But then you get to school and it's like, well, I need to print this out to hand in for English. And the computer teacher's like, well, no, you can't print it out here. And it's like, well, then what do you want me to do? Because at the time, like, getting something printed at the library or whatever, it was expensive. It was like 50 cents a page. And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not spending money that I definitely, as a 13-year-old, don't have because you want to be a dick and insist that everything be printed and then you don't want to let me print it at school. Like, go to hell. This is why a lot of teachers got handed floppy disks quite frequently. It's like, hey, talk to computer teacher. They wouldn't let me print it, so here it is on a floppy. That is my assignment handed in. Do what you want with it. And yeah, I actually told a couple teachers that when they were like, well, I can't just take a disk. You have to print it out. And I'm like, computer teacher wouldn't let me take it up with them. It's like, I tried. You're being a jackass by making me type it. They're being a jackass by not letting me print it. Screw you both. But that was largely my philosophy to school. At least by that point. By the time I was in high school, I was so over it. And then I inexplicably spent 8 years in high school. Not because I ever failed anything. Oy. Ditsy. Alright, since it is the appointed drinking hour, we shall have our inaugural sip. What shall we toast to today? The Dead Irish Poets. the amount of which I want to stick a straw in that glass. Everything was his. The hotel, the whores, and the game. All of a sudden, I had a plan. I would punish Massimo's hypocrisy. How is he a hypocrite? Seriously, what was in the champagne? How is he a hypocrite? Because he won't have sex with her? What? This woman makes negative sense. She makes my brain hurt and she makes me ashamed that she's female. I went to the bedroom and glanced at the dress splayed on the bed. It was golden, bare-backed, covered with sequins. A beauty. Okay, I'm sorry, but that is such a club hooker dress. Come on. We can all picture this dress. This is not a nice dress. This is an I'm a whore dress. Which, again, if your reason for going to the club is to get some, this is what you wear. Whether it's because you want to get some or you want to get some paid, doesn't matter, but that's the dress you wear. Regretfully, it wouldn't do for my plan. I went to the closet and looked at all my dresses. You like whores? I'll show you a whore, I murmured in Polish. Okay, misunderstanding the point a lot, and this is just a very bad idea. I picked a dress and a pair of shoes and then went back to the bathroom to redo my makeup. 30 minutes later, as Dominic knocked on my door, I was fastening my boots. Oh yeah, gotta go with the boots if you're making a point. Fuck me, Dominic breathed, nervously closing the door behind him. He'll kill you, and then he'll kill me. You can't go out like that. Hey, he said she was free to do whatever she wants. I laughed mockingly and went to the mirror. The flesh-colored dress and with thin shoulder straps looked more like a slip than a full outfit. It revealed the entire back and sides of my breasts. It didn't really cover much at all, but that was the whole plan. As the dress had a high neckline, I hung a necklace, a large cross studded with black crystals, on my back, so nobody could miss my nakedness. So you're wearing a necklace backwards. Yeah, see, cerebellum knows. No to the sequins, silk and satin, yes. Yes, sequins equal whore. Which, again, no problem. I approve of whores. Whores get paid. I approve of whores more than sluts because whores get paid. You know, this is why I always say, I am not a slut. I am a whore. You want to call me that, I will take it as a compliment. Unless you're somebody who doesn't have permission to call me that, and then I will slap your teeth right out of your face. It's the way gay people can call each other certain things, but straight people can't. It's that. Don't ask me to explain why. It's just a thing. It also depends how you mean whore. I mean, if you're using it as a job description, I will take that as a compliment. You know, if you're using it in the biblical way, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, but... I also picked thigh-high boots. They served to emphasize the fact that my dress barely covered my ass. Okay, the thigh-high boots are a mistake with this kind of dress. You look like an uncoordinated whore. You look like somebody who's trying way too hard. It was hot outside, but fortunately, Emilio Puccini? Pucci. I know how to say this designer. I just don't remember right now. The designer of this particular pair had foreseen everything. Women who loved high boots wanted to wear them all year round, so he had designed them to be airy, with laces going all the way up and toeless. They were obscene, and obscenely expensive. Not the first time we've gotten some clues that she is like fairly wealthy, or she was earning a very good income. Very, very good. I tied my hair into a very tight ponytail on top of my head. The sexy, simple, and lifting updo perfectly complemented the smoky eyes and bright lip gloss. Okay, so she's going to the club in 1998. That's what I'm getting, because the outfit and especially the ponytail and the smoky eye, that is some 90s club right there. And I would know, because I was into clubs by the end of the 90s. You know, backroom, private show kind of thing. And yeah, that's what all the wannabe hookers wore. Who bought me all those things, Dominic? If you paid for them, he had to realize I'd wear them. I said, adding, "You look pretty nice yourself. Are you coming with us?" The Italian stood immobile with his hands clutching his head, his chest heaving. "I'm going with you because Massimo has some other business to attend to first. You realize I'll be in big trouble if he sees you like that." Why? Why? She's right. He bought the clothes. And he didn't say, I order you to wear what Dominic tells you to wear. I mean, not that we're saying he's a rational or sane person, so I believe Dominic, but. "So you'll tell him you tried to stop me, but I overpowered you. Come on." Yeah, seriously, I would be like, Master or whatever he's called, what did you want me to do? Did you want me to barricade the door until she changed her clothes? Did you want me to rip the dress off her? What? I mean, I'd say it nicer than that, but. I grabbed a black clutch bag and a tiny white fox bolero. You just said it's hot out. Why are you taking a fox bolero? Also, who the fuck are, she's now wearing basically a chemise, a super short one, with thigh-high, expensive hooker boots, hair up to here, smoky eye with bright, slimy lip gloss that tastes like Starburst, and now you're adding a fox bolero and a black clutch bag? Girl, you look like a mess. You look like a hot, uncoordinated, I don't know what I'm doing mess. I promise you, in the movie, this is not the outfit that they would wear because it would look utterly ridiculous on screen. Yes, exactly. High boots go with the tight miniskirt, not the slip dress. Yes. The high boots go with, the postage stamp size miniskirt, the top that is just a band with no straps. That's what you wear the thigh-high boots with. And why are you taking a bag at all? We know you're not going to have to pay for anything, so why are you taking a bag? Put a lipstick between the titties and you're good. Or hell, with your hair up like that, put the lipstick in the hair. I've done it. Because that's literally all you need. She doesn't need keys. She doesn't need money. Passed Dominic with a happy smile and left the apartment. He muttered something which I didn't catch but followed. As we left the elevator and crossed the hall, the staff all froze. Dominic nodded at them, but I just kept walking with a big grin on my face. We stepped into a limo parked by the entrance and drove to the party. "This is the day I die," Dominic said finally, pouring himself another glass of amber liquid. "Why are you doing this to me?" He drank it all in one gulp. So, Massimo cares so much about what she's wearing that he doesn't, do a drive-by inspection before they go to the club? They're not even going together. She's just being chauffeured there to, I don't know what, be on his arm later? To show her all his power and influence and how many whores he controls? This is not how you impress a woman. "Oh, Dominic, don't be such a crybaby. I'm not doing this to you. I'm doing this to him. Besides, I think I look very stylish and sexy." "You are very wrong." The young Italian helped himself to another drink and poured the third. Okay, so dude's getting drunk, because he's been described as being on the young, smaller side, so dude's getting wasted in short order. He looked especially dapper in that evening in a light gray pants and similar colored shoes and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. There was a beautiful golden Rolex shining from his wrist paired with a set of bracelets, some wooden, some gold, and the other made of platinum. Again, was this secretly written in 1995? Because it feels like it. Sexy, that's for sure. But stylish? I sincerely doubt that Massimo will appreciate this particular brand of elegance. End of chapter. Which means time for a stretch break. Everybody remember to stretch. Get up, move around, drink some water. Get a snack if need be. Sincerely wishing I could smoke a joint, but YouTube wouldn't like that. She put on blindfolds and dug into the laundry pile and put on whatever she pulled out first. Yes! Yes, that is what she sounds like she is thus attired. Yeah. Because, yeah, like, girl, you look bad. You look like you tried to do the 90s hooker look for the club and you missed it because you have no friends to rein you in or run an outfit by. Like, when my cousin slash sister was having her phase of going out and hitting the clubs in Toronto, she literally, and this is when like doing a Skype video call had like a 50-50 chance of even working at all. And we're only like 3 hours away from each other. And it would freeze like after like 2 minutes and then never unfreeze. And she would still like Skype video call me and be like, check my outfit. Do I look okay? Check my makeup. Is it even? Do I need to fix anything? Do I look like I go together? You know? Of course, she almost got herself killed going to the clubs, but she still doesn't believe me. She had a gun put to her head, and her friends had to drag her away so she didn't get shot, her and another friend. And she still does not believe that the guy on the docks at 4 in the morning, guarding an illegal rave in a warehouse at the piers of Toronto, which are known to be incredibly, like, dangerous. People definitely get killed there on the reg after midnight area of town. But she still doesn't believe the guy guarding the illegal rave at 4 in the morning had a real gun and really was about to shoot them if they didn't leave. But she was with a group of idiot friends. They'd been bar hopping all night. They were all wasted. And somebody told them about, hey, go to this warehouse. There's an after hours rave. And they're all underage, of course. They were all like 14, 15. Not that that'll stop you in Toronto if you got money, and they did. So, yeah, they were trying to get into the rave, and the bouncer was like, you're a bunch of kids. Get out of here. And when they wouldn't leave, and one of the friends, not my sister, got mouthy, he pulled a gun and put it to her head and said, get this bitch out of here before I blow her brains out. And fortunately, the guys in the group were either a little more sober or had more self-preservation skills because they grabbed the girls and got out of there. But yeah, my cousin refuses to believe that it was a real gun. It's like, girl. Possibility. Because, yeah, it definitely has some translation issues. Like, I don't think anyone who speaks English as a first language gave this a once-over at any point, or they would have corrected some things that we've already seen. Okay, I'm drank about half that in 15 minutes, so I better slow down. Now, if anyone would like to make me chug, that would be very kind of you. Nostro reflected Massimo's personality perfectly. Oh, chapter 7. Two tall bouncers stood guard at the red carpeted entrance. I'm amazed the puppy is still asleep, but like I said, he didn't nap all day. And then he got in trouble for bugging me right before I started because I was busy trying to get ready and he was begging for attention for about the 400th time today. So he got told to go take a nap. He is under the puppy bed beside me. Earlier, he had to whine at me for 10 minutes before I realized he had, because when he gets up, he just stands up under the puppy bed, so it's like a turtle shell on top of him, and then he walks out of his crate wearing it, and then it winds up outside the crate, and he doesn't know how to put it back, but it's supposed to be inside, and so he whines until I notice and put it back for him. A flight of stairs led down, straight to the elegant, dark interior. Tables were nestled in alcoves, divided with dark, heavy drapes. Walls of ebony and the dim lights of the candles gave the impression of sensuality, eroticism, and luscious appeal. So I told you it was a sex club. I told you it was a sex club. It's the Austin Powers fembot. Yes, very much so. Very, very much so, yes. Okay, would anyone mind if I just went on the balcony and space in the snow for a minute? There were two platforms where scantily dressed women in mass writhed to the rhythm of massive attack. Oh, I've heard of them. The bartenders standing behind a long black bar covered in quilted leather were women. They were all dressed in fitting bodysuits and wore high heels, their wrists adorned with leather straps imitating manacles. Yes, everything was unmistakably Massimo's idea. We passed the bar and a crowd of bodies lazily moving to the rhythm of the music. A massive bouncer who was making way for us drew another drape open, revealing another room. A cavernous hall. Massive dark wood sculptures shaped in the form of conjoined bodies dominated the space. So he has sex sculptures too. I was awed by their sheer size rather than what they depicted. In the corner, on a pedestal, obscured by semi-transparent curtains, was an alcove where we were led. It was decidedly larger than the other ones. I could only speculate as to what normally happened here. There was a dancing pole in the middle. Dominic sat down, and before he touched the satin lining of the sofa, alcohol, appetizers, and a tray covered with a silver dome were brought into the alcove. On instinct, I reached for the tray, but Dominic caught my hand before it touched the metal surface, shaking his head. He passed me a glass of champagne. "We won't be alone today," he said cautiously, as if afraid of what he had to say. "We'll be joined by several people with whom we have to tend some business." This is a terrible idea. Like, again, why wouldn't she just say to the business people? Now, granted, they're probably mafioso as well. But again, she's in the middle of a club. She could easily just tell somebody, call the police, like a random person on the dance floor is probably not, mobbed up. Like, "I'm being held against my will. Call this number. Like, here's my mother's number. Call her and tell her what's going on." You know, anything. But again, she's made absolutely no attempt to escape. She hasn't even thought about it. I nodded and repeated after him. "Some people, some business. Right. You boys will play gangsters." Play? Supposedly she saw him blow someone's brains out. Why are you doubting that he is what he says he is? See, this is why I have my theory. I poured the content of the glass down my throat and stuck my hand out to Dominic so Dominic could refill it. "We're doing business. Best get used to it." Suddenly his eyes bulged. He was staring into the distance at something behind me. "Shit is gonna hit the fan now," he breathed, running his hand through his hair. I turned around and noticed several men entering our alcove. Massimo was among them. Seeing me, he stopped and froze in perfect silence. He stared at me coldly. I swallowed hard. Suddenly my plan to dress like a hooker didn't seem such a good idea. I'm sure his business associates are quite used to hookers and him being around them, so not thinking anyone's going to turn hair here. Massimo's companions passed me on their way to greet Dominic while the head of the family kept his distance. His fury was clear and apparent. What the fuck are you wearing? He growled, grabbing me by the elbow. Only what you picked for me, I replied, freeing my arm. My retort wasn't to his liking. I could see the red-hot rage boiling over in him, wondering why he hadn't started spewing steam from his ears yet. That's when one of the men shouted something to Massimo, who replied, keeping his eyes aimed at me. I sat at the table and reached for another glass of champagne. If I was to play a piece of decor, I might as well be a very drunk piece of decor. I can go with that. It was a good day to drink. Bored witless observed the room, listening in on the conversation. When Massimo spoke in Italian, he was really sexy. Suddenly, Dominic broke my reverie by lifting the dome from the silver platter. I shot a glance at what was on it and nearly choked. It was cocaine. Girl, you're in this kind of club and you're surprised that there is literally just a platter of cocaine. Probably with the lines already like prearranged. Like, how much drugs you think are in this club, dumbass? Like, it was cocaine. The drug. Yeah, because we're gonna be unsure what cocaine is. Divided into several dozen neat little lines. Called it! Called it! Called it! Covering the entire platter. I called it! I called it! I called it! I called it! Yeah, because of course if you're rich and you own the place, you can have somebody do the boring shit of arranging your lines for you. How else are you gonna flex your power? Also, this guy is a violent rage monster all the time. Do we really want to see what he's like on cocaine? But no, I predict right now, everybody else will do. He will abstain. But everybody else will do. And maybe she gets bold and like rolls up a dollar bill and tries to go for it. And either she does and he can't stop her or he stops her. Because hell, if I'm in this situation, I'm being kidnapped, and I would have been way less compliant. So I've been dragged here against my will, and I'm probably wearing whatever dress he laid out because I don't care. Hell, I've never done cocaine in my life, but in this situation, might give a little bit of it a try. Just you probably get angry because the guys might expect to share. Yes. Expect to share what? Do you mean that he plans to do all the coke for himself, or that the guys are expecting him to share her with them? And you know what my favorite scene with the fembots is when number 2 is trying to leave, and he's got a briefcase, and there's the boots and the hair sticking out of it, and you know he's got a fembot in a briefcase, and for some reason that just made me laugh so hard because they don't even draw attention to it. He's just carrying it as he's leaving, and I'm like, okay, that's funny. That's funny. He'll have powdered sugar. Yeah. Make it look like he's indulging, but he's not. Though according to Nicolas Cage, when substituting cocaine for your movie and you need your actors to snort something, don't make it vitamin B powder, because that's what they did in Lord of War. And the scene where he's first dropping his brother off at rehab and they both do huge bumps in the back seat. They obviously every scene gets filmed more than once. You do multiple takes, and he did so many takes of it, and he snorted so much vitamin B powder that he actually started acting really strange, really amped up, super wired, couldn't calm down, couldn't sit still, ranting a mile a minute, eyes spinning in his head, twitchy, shaky, running around, to the point where people on set actually subtly asked him, like, Nick, did you do your method thing and get actual cocaine, because you're kind of acting like you're on actual cocaine and we're very worried for you, and they were genuinely concerned. And no, he didn't do that. He was like, no, I understand perfectly why they had the thought, but no, I didn't do that. It was just way too much vitamin B powder because the director didn't know you can actually OD on that shit, and that's what was happening. Hmm. Where I come from, plates like that are what you serve roast turkey on. I exhaled slowly and left the alcove, but didn't even manage to turn my head to take a look around as the gigantic bouncer materialized in front of me. I shot Massimo a look. The man was keeping his eyes trained on me, standing right behind me. I bent over, pretending to scratch my leg, but really it was to show him how short my dress was before I left. I straightened up and met his predatory glare. Don't provoke me, girl, Massimo said. Why, are you afraid I'm doing it well? I asked, trailing my tongue along my lower lip. Alcohol always has that effect on me. I feel bolder. But with Massimo, when I got drunk, it seemed to always bring out the demon in me. She's not acting any differently. Alberto will keep you company. You're changing the subject, I purred, clutching the lapels of his suit and inhaling the scent of his cologne, because that's not a weird thing to do. My dress is so short you could enter me without even taking it off. Are you offering? I grabbed his hand and let it down to the waist and then under the fabric of my dress. There's like 3 other people watching this happen. White lace, just the way you like it, I breathed. Alberto, I called out suddenly and headed towards the dance floor. So she just put his hand. Why? What is the point of. She makes no sense to me whatsoever. There is nothing that explains the way that she's acting unless my theory is in some way correct. I took a look back, shooting a glance at Mass, who was standing propped against one of the pillars with his hands in his pockets and a wide smile on his face. He was into that stuff. I crossed the hall and found a place where the rumbling music was the loudest. People were dancing, drinking, and fucking in the private alcoves. I paid them no mind. I needed to switch off. I nodded at the bartender, and before I could count to 3, there was a glass of rosé champagne in front of me. I needed another drink, so I downed it and grabbed another glass, which had magically appeared on the counter. That's how I spent another hour, or maybe more. As soon as I decided it was enough and that I was suitably drunk, I headed back to those junkies in the alcove. Okay, girl, like, you just downed like probably 8 glasses of champagne, so be careful about who you're calling what. I'm surprised to see that the gentlemen were not alone anymore. There were women all around them, purring and brushing their legs and arms and crotches like horny cats. They were all beautiful and all hookers. Massimo was sitting in the middle, but alone. Was that coincidence or something he had planned? I didn't care. I was happy with what I saw because otherwise I might have reacted violently. I swear to God, the 4 days that were missing when she arrived were spent reprogramming her. and that wouldn't even hold and I wouldn't even hold that against myself. Before I could continue this train of thought, my eyes focused on the dancing pole. It was free. This is going to go badly. When I had moved to Warsaw, I had started taking pole dancing lessons. At first, I thought it was all about sexy squirming, but my instructor quickly taught me better. No, no, no. You don't squirm on the pole and you never slide your back down it ever. It's a lot of hooking your leg. It's a lot of most 90% of working a pole is with your legs. Because as a girl, that's where your strength is. You can even doing the 2 hands on the top spin, you usually do hooking a leg around to hold yourself up. And anything done upside down is entirely your legs. But always make sure the top is off before you go upside down or else you just look sloppy. Oh, and never try to hook a heel around the pole unless you want to break your heels. Pole dancing was the perfect way to keep your body in shape. It was a bit like gymnastics, only on a pole. So without thinking, I went to the table, aimed my eyes at Massimo, and slowly took off the cross hanging from my back. I kissed it and placed it gently on the table in front of the man in black. Running Up That Hill by Placebo. I know Running Up That Hill by, is it Kerli? Kerli? Yeah, I think it's one of hers. I don't know if that was a cover, but I know Placebo too. I know the band. It's blasting from the speakers. Also, why is all the music in this place 90s as well? It felt like an invitation. I knew I couldn't do everything I had in mind. My dress was too short and there were all these guests around. One thing I knew was that the moment I touched that pole, Massimo would blow a gasket anyway. When I grabbed the metal pillar and turned in a fluid pirouette trying to gauge his reaction, he kept still. All the men suddenly lost interest in the women around them and instead looked at me. I got you now, I thought, and started the show. A few seconds later, I already knew that the few years I hadn't practiced had done nothing to blunt my talent. Because that's how that works when you're drunk. I remembered all the motions and could do it without breaking a sweat. Dancing came naturally to me. I had danced since I could remember. Whether it was pole dancing, ballroom dancing, or Latino, it always soothed me. I allowed myself to sink into it. The alcohol, the music, the atmosphere of the place, all that had changed me. Again, she's acting exactly the same as she always has. After a long while, I shot a glance at the place where Massimo had been standing a while ago. The space was empty now, but all eyes were on me, including Dominic's. The young Italian was sitting wide-legged on the couch. I pirouetted once more and froze. That wild, icy stare was drilling holes in me. Massimo was standing right next to me. I wrapped one leg around him and ran my fingers through his hair, leaning him back against the pole. Very interesting choice of music for a nightclub, I said. Yeah, also, yeah, she's right. That song doesn't make any sense. As you've noticed, this is a club, not a disco. Still a weird choice for any kind of like nighttime establishment, because it's not that kind of song. It's very like low key. I turned around and pressed my buttocks against his crotch, swaying gently. Massimo grabbed me by the throat and pushed my head into his shoulder. He'll be mine. I promised you that. And I'll take you when and where I want. I laughed flirtatiously and slipped down the pedestal, heading towards the table. One of the men pushed himself to his feet and grabbed me by the wrist, pulling me to himself. Now there's going to be a fight. I lost my balance and fell face first into the sofa. The man pulled up my dress and clasped his hand on my buttocks, slapping it and shouting something in Italian. Uh, there's about to be a murder in the club. I wanted to get up, hit him on the head with a bottle, but I couldn't move. At some point, I felt someone dragging me by the arms along the soft fabric of the sofa. I raised my eyes and saw it was Dominic. I turned my head, noticing Massimo, who was holding the man who had been groping me just a moment ago by the throat. He held a gun in his other hand, pointing it at the unfortunate admirer. Yeah, I saw that coming. I wrestled out of Dominic's grasp and rushed towards the man in black. He didn't know who I am, I said quickly, stroking Massimo's hair placatingly. See, it's like Anastasia every time she placated Gray, except with a gun. It's exactly the same. I'm adding 2 points to our, I'm adding to the copy 50 Shades, because there was the cuffs as well. And the spreader bar. And it, like, girl, this is so your fault. You did this on purpose. You know exactly how he's going to react, and you provoked it. And now you want to be all, oh, he didn't know? Well, I get here just in time for the victim shaming. We do not victim shame on this channel, but she ain't no victim. She decided in some twisted I'm gonna get him plot because we come back with her tied up on the bed. He then summons a hooker from somewhere, has her violently blow him in front of her to somehow teach her a lesson. Then they go out to the club where she refuses to wear the whore dress that he put out for her, then puts together the most convoluted, out of style, you look like garbage outfit ever. Supposedly makes her look like even more of a whore because now she's doing the I'll show you a whore thing to somehow teach him a lesson because she's jealous that he had a hooker in front of her and didn't fuck her even though she, again, doesn't want him, supposedly. And so now they're at the club where she's been getting very, very drunk while the guys are all doing coke, and then she put on a pole dance for him and his associates, and one of the associates, rightfully thinking that she's a whore, grabbed her ass, and now the man in black is holding him at gunpoint, threatening to shoot him for touching her, and that's where we found ourselves, and she's trying to say, like, no, don't shoot him, he didn't know that I belonged to you, and it's like, you know exactly what this guy is like. You know what he's gonna do. You arranged this, and now you're pretending you didn't know. I have no idea what in the hell she's trying to prove anyway, because it makes no sense. And the way she's talking, it's as if she's been there for like 6-8 months already, and it's been 7 days. Wouldn't him having sex with her at this point be rape because, her captor? Yeah, it would be. And he keeps saying, I'm not going to rape you. And yet he's done all manner of sexual things to her. Like, he's gone down on her, for Christ's sake, more than once. Like, he's fingered her. He's had his mouth all over her face and breasts and other areas. But he seems to think as long as he doesn't put his dick in her, that it's not sex. That's the logic the book is operating on. That anything other than penis and vagina doesn't count as rape and doesn't count as sex. Because he keeps saying repeatedly that he won't do that until she loves him. But then he ties her to the bed and makes her watch while a hooker blows him. And then she's all jealous and is like, well, I can be a whore too. And it's like, yeah, she's still not making any sense at all. Oh. He roared something in response, and Dominic jumped towards us, grabbing me again, but this time tightening his grip so I couldn't escape. Don Massimo turned his head to the man standing next to the sofa, and a moment later all the women were gone. As we were left alone, he pushed the man he had been holding by the throat down to his knees and aimed the gun at his head. The sight made my heart start thumping wildly. She's going to be so turned on by this. I could see the scene that had taken place on the driveway. It was still too nightmarish for me, and I faced Dominic, huddling my face against his shoulder. You can't kill him, I yelled, certain that a man couldn't be murdered in cold blood in a place like this. It's definitely happened before. Oh, yes, he can, the young Italian replied very calmly, holding me tightly. And he will. I felt all the blood drain from my face when I heard the horrific sound of a gunshot. I was holding myself back, because I was going to say, I bet Massimo shoots this guy in the head, but I thought that's going too far. I have to stop doing that with this book, because nothing's too far. Whatever the most obvious, low IQ, basic, lazy option is, that's what it's going to be. So yeah, you touch my girl, I shoot you in the head in the middle of a crowded club. I am not nearly drunk enough for this. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, man. True. Even though the author's not American. Now would be a great time to make me chug this, by the way. And we'll do our second shout out of the evening for ways you can help a girl out and help the channel is one by sponsoring a duck. For $10 each, you can sponsor a painted duck. Please specify which duck, because otherwise I won't know which one to ascribe to you, and you get to name it. These are our remaining 6 ducks. Once they are gone, we will get more ducks. And I cannot get more ducks until these are gone. It's just, otherwise, it'll be disrupting the system. There's an order to things. So we have these 6 painted ducks available. Please specify which one. We're up on the halfway mark, so again, good time if you want to put me in cuffs for $25 for the rest of the evening. I put them on nice and tight, and I like to struggle. For $50, I will chug this glass of wine. We have the option to chug 3 times tonight with half hour and some water in between because we practice mostly safety when it comes to that. Or for $100, if anybody is absolutely nuts tonight, I will go off camera for a moment and put on this spiked. No, I almost said padded. Why did I say padded? I've never owned a padded bra in my life because I don't need it. And I don't want it. But I will put on this spiked bra, which is uncomfortable in just the best kind of slightly painful way for the rest of the evening. And you will get to enjoy watching both my discomfort and the marks it leaves. So that is how you can help a girl out. PayPal link top of the chat. The burnt smell does smell good. But yeah, this book's going to smell like burnt forever. Until I actually burn it. And I will definitely do everything I can to burn the entire book this time, I promise. My legs buckled and I started to slide down Dominic's chest. He held me tighter and called something out. I felt myself being lifted and carried somewhere. The music died and my body hit soft pillows. Oh, gotta add 1 to the faint counter because that makes 5. And again, that was entirely her fault. You like to leave with a bang, don't you? I heard Dominic saying and pushing a pill under my tongue. Now, Laura, calm down. What is drugging her with constantly? Because it's about the 4th time he's done that. And there was one mention of her having some kind of a heart condition, but she never actually confirmed that. My heart was pounding like crazy, but soon started slowing down. Then the door to the room swung open and Massimo barged in with the gun stuck behind his belt. Yeah, because again, that is not a good place to put a gun, ever. He knelt by my side and stared at me, his face a mask of fear. Did you kill him? I asked in a whisper, praying that he didn't. No. I breathed out and turned my back. I only shot off his hands. He won't be touching you again. Okay, so he didn't murder a guy. He replied, getting up and passing the gun to his assistant. I want to go back to the hotel. Can I? I asked, trying to stand up. The mix of the pill with the alcohol made the whole room whirl. I swayed and fell back into the pillows. The man in black held me in his arms and hugged me. Dominic opened the door, which went to the back office, then to the kitchen, and finally to the back exit. There was a limo there waiting for us. Massimo stepped in, still holding me in his arms. That's a hell of a magic trick. How do you get into a limo while holding a grown woman into your arms without disaster happening? He placed me in the seat and covered me with his jacket. I fell asleep huddled against him. I regained consciousness back at the hotel, hearing Massimo fighting with the laces of my boots, swearing like a sailor. Okay, boots like those have a zipper, you dumbass. There's a zipper on the back. See? Because I had goddess boots like every 90s girl. They're still in my closet somewhere. They don't fit anymore, but I have them. I lived in goddess boots for a solid 2-3 years. I know about them. I whispered, my eyes half closed. He didn't actually think anyone would be able to tie those shoelaces each time. Yeah. Phase shift technology. Oh, yeah, that's the only way that's happening. Escalade limo? I don't know what that means. It just says limo, so if that's a brand, it didn't say. I'm both drinking too fast and not enough, because wow, would I like to down this. Massimo raised his eyes and sent me an angry look, pulling the boots from my feet. What did you think, coming dressed like a... He trailed off. Finish the sentence, I growled, irritated and instantly awake. Like a whore, you mean? Isn't that what you were going to say? Uh, for anyone who missed it, the dress that he laid out for her was also a hooker dress, and it was a better one than the one she wore. The man in black balled his fists. His teeth were clenched, and the muscles of his jaw worked. It just says worked, and then it stops. You like whores, don't you? Isn't Veronica proof of that? She's jealous of a hooker. She's jealous of a literal hooker. Like, what the... Girl, you stupid. His eyes grew empty, devoid of emotion. I stopped talking, pursing my lips and waiting for a reply. Massimo didn't speak, but I could see his knuckles whitening, his fists squeezing tightly. Finally, he shot up and sat astride me, his legs around my hips. He grasped my wrists and lifted my arms above my head, pinning them to the mattress. My chest started heaving frantically as he brought his face close to mine, then thrust his tongue inside my mouth. Yeah, that's what he means by I'm not going to touch you until you give me consent and you're in love with me, is doing shit like this. If the limo was an Escalade, it would be more plausible he could carry her and then place her inside easier. It said, yeah, the weird thing is, though, it said he got in still holding her. It just seems weird. Ugh. Like, if you practiced a few times, it's probably something you could figure out how to do. But how much experience do we think he has taking unconscious women into the back of limos? I'm going to go with a lot. I moaned, writhing beneath him, but I was not going to fight him this time. I didn't want to. His tongue pushed inside me, deeper and deeper and harder. Is his tongue 5 miles long? What the fuck, girl? When I saw you dance, he whispered, pulling away from me. Fuck. He dropped his head, hiding his face in the crook of my neck. Why do you do this, Laura? Are you trying to prove something to me? Checking my limits. I decide what they are, not you. Or maybe you want me to take what I desire. If that's so, I'll do it now. 'Cause you've so been holding yourself back the whole 6 days that she's been here. You've been on your best behavior and haven't laid a finger on her. Oh wait. I was having a good time. Wasn't I supposed to have a good time? I asked. Now get off me. I need a drink. I added. She's had 10 drinks so far, so no, you don't need a drink. Oh, thank you for Snickety for the reference photo. Oh, okay, yeah. That's like an SUV limo. Yeah, that would you could probably get into that carrying somebody. Okay. Sarah Bell, I'm sorry I didn't know the reference. I don't know much about cars. Also, that's a really ugly limo, but I get it's American. I get it. And that would make sense for like a gangster though to have that kind of limo. Like it totally makes sense rather than like the kind you hire for the prom. Probably shouldn't drink after being drugged unconscious with mystery narcotics. Yeah. And again, she's already really drunk. She's had a minimum of like 6 to 12 glasses of champagne in about, if I'm being generous, 2 to 3 hours. And then mystery drugs. Her dress could be okay if it was accessorized properly, not the hot mix and match. Oh no. Girl, she looked like a hot ass mess. She looked like she fell through her closet and just, yeah, no. She looked like an absolute hot fucking mess. He raised his head, sending me a surprised look. You need what? A drink, I repeated, crawling from under him as he loosened his grip and fell to his side over the mattress. You're getting on my nerves, Massimo, I muttered, walking to the table and pouring myself a glass of amber liquid from a carafe. So you don't even know what it is. You don't even know what you're pouring. Lara, you do not drink spirits. And after taking your medication and all the champagne you had at the club, this is not a good idea. Then stop her. Also, that's the second time we're just being told there was an amber liquid. It's not beer if he's calling it a spirit. And I don't know why if it was like scotch, because that's amber, you wouldn't just call it scotch. Also, scotch has a really strong smell, and most women don't like scotch because of the taste. Um, I don't drink spirits, I asked, raising the glass. Watch me then. I tilted the glass and downed it in one gulp. God, it tastes bad, I thought, wincing. My dick of spirits didn't stop me from pouring myself another glass. Okay, stop her or Girlie's gonna give herself alcohol poisoning. Maybe she just wants water. She definitely needs to be drinking a lot of water. Try to give her the benefit of the doubt. Never mind. Yeah, you learn not to do that, Sarah Bellum. You learn. You know what? Let's take a sip of our own amber liquid. God, that's. I'm halfway through a second glass and I've only been drinking for an hour. Oh. Plodding to the terrace, I turned my head and sent the man in black a look. He was watching my little show with his head propped on his arm. You'll regret this, girl, he called out when I left through the door leading outside. Yeah, she's going to be very hungover, but I don't think that's what he meant. The evening was wonderful. The heat had dissipated and the air seemed fresh, even though we were in downtown Rome. See, I said, didn't they go to Rome? But then he said something that implied they were still in Sicily. It's like, they literally just flew to Rome, and then he says they're in Sicily, and now we're confirming that they're in Rome. I sat on a long sofa and gulped down another sip of my drink. Sometime later, as I finished it, I felt drowsy and sleepy. That's called passing out. My head swam. I usually didn't drink spirits, just like Massimo said. Now I knew why. The spinning in my head made walking difficult, not to mention finding my way through the door. I squeezed one eye shut, focusing harder to appear in control of my body, intending to go back to bed, as gracefully as I was able to. I stopped and grabbed the door frame. Massimo could be watching. An instant later, I realized he was right. He was laying in bed with his laptop on his legs. He was naked, not counting the tight-fitting CK boxers. God almighty, he's too beautiful. These are not natural thoughts. I thought as he raised his eyes and looked at me. My drunken brain was suggesting that I slowly drop my clothes and leave him to himself. I took a step forward, fiddling with the shoulder strap of my dress, letting it slip off. The dress slid down my body and landed on the floor. I wanted to smoothly raise my knee and disappear into the bathroom, but at this point my legs had other ideas. My right ankle got tangled in the dress while my left foot stepped on the fabric. I fell to the carpet with a yelp and burst out in nervous laughter. In other words, I fell on my ass because I am ridiculously drunk. Massimo materialized above me, like that first night when I had bumped him at the club. This time he didn't lift me by the elbows, instead taking me tenderly in his arms and laying me on the bed, checking if I had hurt myself in the fall. Okay, dude, if you're so concerned for her well-being, you wouldn't have let her keep drinking and wander off on her own. When my hysterical giggling had finally died down, he sent me a worried look. Are you all right? Take me, I whispered, pulling off the last elements of my attire. As the white lace thong slid down my ankles, I lifted a leg and snatched the piece of underwear between two fingers. Take me now, Massimo. I crossed my arms behind my head and spread my legs wide. So just in 7 days, she's all like, dude, just fuck me, please. Please fuck me. Guy who earlier tonight I thought I saw murder somebody, but it turns out he only shot him in both hands. So he's not as bad as murdering for a second time in front of me. I told you it would get her horny. This girl, she is like the female Grey, except she's just horny, and he's just angry and horny. But they're both like useless, shallow imitations. Like they're not even. No, that they could hear her scream from Rome to Sicily. Okay. Yes, because he said he could fuck her so good that all of Sicily would hear her scream. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's like a guy saying it's 6 inches, right? Persnickety, how's Sasha doing? Is she on your legs? I've asked before, but I don't remember. Are there still bunnies in the winter? Or do they, like, you know, disappear for the winter and come back out in the spring? Do bunnies hibernate? I don't think so. But are there snow bunnies? Or do you not live in a place that gets snow? She finally stopped whining for me to give up my spot on the couch and is sleeping at my feet. Well, to her, the couch is just a giant dog bed. She wonders why you spend so much time on it when it's clearly designed for her. Bunnies are year-round. Do they still have babies in the winter, or are they like I think they're like a spring-summer mating season. That would make sense. It's warm and it's when there would be the most food for them. So winter would not be a good time to make more bunnies. The man in black sat still, staring at me in his intense way, and a slight smile illuminated his face. He bent over me and kissed me lightly on the lips, covering me with the duvet. Oh, now he's gonna have a sudden moment of being a gentleman. I told you it was a bad idea for you to drink more. Good night. His reaction flustered me. I attacked, lifting my arm to slap him again, but either I was too slow or he was too fast, or you're completely fucking drunk. He caught my wrist and tied it to the pillar of the bed just like he had before when Veronica had been doing her show. Then he jumped on the bed, and before I knew it, I was strapped to the bed, thrashing wildly. Let me go, I yelled. Well, there's something you should have said a week ago. Good night, Massimo repeated, leaving the room and turning off the light. So he left her strapped to the bed. She's gonna like soil this bed by morning, because like girlie gonna have to pee really soon. I was woken by the summer. I was woken by the summer sun shining through the window. My head was heavy and throbbing with pain, but it wasn't my biggest problem. I couldn't feel my hands. Yeah, there's the other issue with that. What in the hell is happening? I thought, my eyes shooting sideways, taking in the straps tying me down. I jerked my hands, but the sounds of metal scraping against wood nearly made my brain burst. I wailed silently and took a look around. There was nobody there. I tried remembering what had happened the night before, but the only thing I could recall was my pole dance. I groaned, thinking about all the things that must have happened when we got back. Massimo must have gotten what he wanted. How else could I have ended up like this? What he wanted or what you were brazenly offering? How the only thing I could do was die of shame and hangover. A few more minutes of self-pity and I started to think more logically. I fiddled with the locks at the tips of my fingers, but whoever had designed my trap made sure for myself on my own was practically impossible. Fuck, shit, fuck, I swore helplessly. That's when I heard a quiet knock on the door. Come in, I said haltingly, fearing who I would see at the door. It was Dominic. I can't remember being this happy in my life. The young man froze and watched me for a while, clearly amused. I dropped my eyes to see if my breasts were visible, but I had been covered with the sheet very meticulously. Don't just stand there, help me out, I growled, irritated. The young Italian walked over and freed my hands. The evening was a success, I gather, he said, lifting his eyebrows. Give me a break. I covered my head with the duvet. I wanted to die. Since when do you have these kind of feelings? Like, I swear, Author was like just flipping a coin or rolling a dice and just being like, okay, now she feels like this. When I took a peek under the sheets, I realized I was naked. Oh no, I yelped. Massimo left. He has a lot of work, so you'll have to bear with me. I'll be waiting in the living room with breakfast. After 30 minutes, a shower, and a bunch of Tylenol, I sat at the table sipping tea with milk. Have fun yesterday? Dominic asked, putting his newspaper down. As far as I know, not really. But judging by the state you found me in, I did have some fun after we returned. Thank God I don't remember any of it. Dominic burst out in a booming laugh, nearly choking on his croissant. How much do you remember? My pole dance, nothing more. He nodded understandingly. I have to say, that dance of yours is hard to forget. You're very flexible, he grinned. They come out in the winter, bury the babies in the ground so they probably don't reproduce as much. Yes, I remember the magic hole. Yes. I'm sure Sasha does too, and I'm sure every now and then when you're not looking, she, does a little drive-by sniff just to make sure no babies in the winter. Too busy trying to, stay alive and find some food. I don't know. They have to make bunny food, right? Like you must be able to buy bunny food at like a pet store. Or just shred some carrots and like cabbage and stuff that they like. So, you could put out a food bowl for the bunnies. Just for the winter while it's, hard for them to, forage for what they would usually eat. All right, we are actually getting through this at a clip tonight. Let me see, where did we actually start? I haven't been keeping track. Hey, we're on time page count wise. That's the first. I still need a lot more to drink to put up with this. Ugh, kill me. I groaned, my head hitting the table with an audible thump. But first tell me what happened next. Dominic raised his eyebrows and took a sip of espresso. Don Massimo took you to your room and fucked me. I doubt that. No, I wasn't there. I met him a minute after we returned, and I saw him leaving your room and going to sleep on the second bedroom. You know, we're family, me and Massimo. And he didn't look. Dominic searched for the right word. Satisfied. And after a night spent with you, I believe that's how he would have looked. Oh my god, Dominic, why do you torment me so? You know what happened. You can just tell me. I can, but it won't be as fun. Okay, this guy's supposed to be there to help you. I'm like slamming his face into the table at this point and going, tell me, or I'm going to beat you to death with a crap of orange juice. The expression on my face must have told him I was in no mood for jokes right now. All right. You got drunk and you got naughty, so he tied you to the bed and went to sleep. I sighed with relief. I couldn't stop thinking about what had really happened, though. Oh, stop it, you. Eat something. We have a lot to do today. Okay, just him saying, oh, stop it, you, is pretty much confirmation that he's gay, okay? We only spent 3 days in Rome, but I didn't see Massimo even once the whole time. After our night in the club, he had disappeared without a trace, and Dominic wouldn't talk about it. So we spent the whole time together, with Dominic showing me the Eternal City. We ate together, shopped together, and went to the spa together. Was this how all our trips would be? Hey, if I got 3 days in Rome and I'm getting to like go see the sights, eat at cafes, go shopping, no doubt spending tens of thousands of dollars, and go to, again, probably very expensive spa, and I don't have to put up with violent rapist guy, violent rapist murderer guy, I'm calling that win. Stretch. Mm. One thing I've always appreciated about dogs and cats is that they appreciate a good stretch. You ever see them stretch after a nap and look at the expression on their face? They are creatures who appreciate a good stretch. When on the second day we were having lunch in a breathtaking restaurant with a view of the Spanish Steps, I asked him, will he let me work at all? I can't just sit around waiting for him time. Dominic kept quiet a long while before replying. I can't speak for Massimo. I don't know what's in his head. So please, Laura, don't ask me about these things. You have to remember who he is. The less questions, the better. And no, I don't think he's going to let you like go to a job and be out of his sight and that control that much. And also, if you're going to be traveling so much, what are you going to do? God damn it. I have a right to know what he's doing. No, you don't. Again, he's the guy holding you supposedly captive. Yet you're acting like this. Like, what the? That's why I say the captive thing isn't fucking real, because neither of them is acting like it is. Why isn't he calling? And if he's even alive? I growled, dropping my fork with a loud clink. Why do you care if he's alive? If he's dead, you're free to go. Isn't that what you want? This is the guy supposedly threatening to kill her family if she tries to escape, and yet... He's alive, Dominic retorted gruffly, avoiding my eyes. I grimaced and returned to my meal. On the other hand, this life was as comfortable as it got. But on the other, I wasn't the kind of person who just wanted to sit around doing nothing. Anastasia. I wasn't a trophy wife, especially since Massimo wasn't even my man. Oh, you noticed that, huh? She's too stupid to fucking exist. She's really, like, seriously, Darwinism would have taken her out. She's a very controlling kidnappee, yes. Oh, God, you're making me think about a weekend I spent in a hotel in Rochester. Yes, it was with a guy. Guy who turned out to be a complete fucking loser, and I did not have the, wild, sexy weekend that I was planning on. Because, again, guy turned out to be a complete fucking loser who couldn't actually deliver on any of the stuff we had talked about for the 4 months we had spent talking online and planning this and arranging this trip to have a 3-day sex session. I was not best pleased. Not to mention the fact that I had to lie to everybody that I knew about where I was going over the Thanksgiving weekend. Told family I was staying in town with friends, told friends I was going out of town with family. It works. Nobody knew I actually left the country. Well, actually, I did have 2 of my online friends who I trusted and were not family or friends, IRL friends, that I did tell where I was going and who I would be with and, like, my hotel details and all that just in case, because you should always make sure somebody knows where you are. But I told people I trusted. Okay, to avoid really overdoing it, I am not refilling that glass for at least 30 minutes unless somebody orders me to chug, then I will. So for the love of God, please order me to chug. Because if I'm going to get through another 20 pages of this, God, do I need it. On the morning of the 3rd day, Dominic and I had breakfast as normal. His cell phone rang and the man excused himself and left the table. He talked for a couple of minutes before returning to me. He will leave Rome today, Laura. I sent him a surprised look. He's only just arrived. The young Italian smiled at me apologetically and headed towards my closet. I downed my tea and followed him. A few moments later, I tied my hair in a high ponytail and put some mascara on. I was getting more tanned by the day, which meant I needed less makeup. Each day, the temperature outside reached 85 degrees. Without knowing where we're going, I put on dark blue denim shorts over a scanty white top that barely covered my small breasts. Today's outfit was a bit of a declaration. I refused to be elegant. Besides, I dropped the underwear. As for shoes, I picked up my beloved Isabelle Marant wedge sneakers. I put on some sunglasses and grabbed a bag when Dominic walked into the room. He stopped, rooted to the spot, and gazed at me for a while. Again, if you told me this was originally written in the 90s, given the fashion, the makeup, and the hair... Are you sure you want to go out like this? He asked awkwardly. Don Massimo won't be happy. I spun on my heel nonchalantly, slid my glasses halfway down my nose, and shot him a disdainful look. What makes you think I care? After he left me for 3 days? I mean, she's got a point. Why in the fuck should I care what my alleged kidnapper thinks of my wardrobe? Also, he bought all of these clothes, so there's that. I turned my back on him and went to the elevator. My absurdly expensive watch told me it was 11 a.m. when Dominic showed me the car I would be driven in. Are you going with me? I asked, pouting like a little girl. Again, just roll that reaction dice, author. Let's see. How is she going to react today? I can't, but Claudio will tend to you during your trip. Oh, now we have another person. Okay. He shut the door and the car drove off. I felt alone and sad all of a sudden. Can I also point out we're almost halfway through this book. And it's only covered at best like 10 days. What's the title of this thing? Huh? 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 Just saying. I mean, maybe all three of them take place over 1 year, but not judging by the titles. He shut the door and the car drove off. I felt alone and sad all of a sudden. Was it possible I was missing Massimo? Oh, the guy you've collectively been around for like 3 days in total, who's committed murder in front of you, shot somebody else in front of you, violently sexually assaulted you like a dozen times, and you are inexplicably incredibly horny for. Also, again, no fear, no sense of self-preservation. She's never even thought about escaping. Like, my driver, Claudio, who doubled as my bodyguard, was not too talkative. I grabbed my phone and dialed mom. Also, what kind of kidnapper lets you regularly keep in touch with your family and have access to a cell phone and a laptop? He seemed calmer now, but wasn't too happy when I told her I wouldn't be joining them this week. When we finished talking, the car took a turn off the highway and a few minutes later entered a town called Fi, Fami, I don't know, it's in Italian. Um, Fermacino. I don't know. This is probably a real place. Fiumicino. Probably a real place. Claudio drove steadily, expertly navigating the narrow, picturesque streets in the enormous SUV. At one point he hit the brakes and I saw we were on a large port filled to the brim with luxury yachts. An elderly man dressed all in white opened the door for me. I sent the driver a questioning look and in response he nodded to me, allowing me to step out. Welcome to Porto di Fiumicino, Laura. I'm Fabio and I will take you to your boat. Follow me. Because we had to have somebody named Fabio. Okay. Nobody has named their child that since like 1970. The man gestured at me. After a short while, we stopped to board the yacht. I raised my head and gaped. Before me was the Titan. Because we couldn't just call it the penis. Most boats in the port were white, but this one was cold steel gray with tinted windows. Way to say drug smuggling boat! Is it one of those cigarette racer types too? No, because she said it's a yacht. I'm sorry, but it might as well be called the I'm a bad guy. Like, how long did I say I would go without drinking anymore? Anyone want to rescue me? I can't see. Oh. Oh my god. Mm. Okay, something's. Come on. The yacht is nearly 300 feet long. It has 12 guest cabins, a jacuzzi, a cinema, spa, gym, as well as a large pool and a helicopter pad. Is 300 feet long enough to have all that? Because I'm not sure it is. Not too shabby, I mumbled, picking my jaw up from the floor. This is really not that impressive if we're talking millionaire luxury yacht. It's really not. When I entered the first of 6 decks, I found myself in a grand living room, only partially roofed. What if it rains? It was elegant, but very minimalistic. Most of the furniture was white with steel gray details. The floor was made of glass. And there was the dining room and the stairs to the bow and the jacuzzi. Most of the tables were laden with vases filled with white roses. I focused on the one without any flowers. Instead, there was a gigantic ice bucket filled with bottles of Moet Rosé. Before I finished the tour of the deck, Fabio showed up next to me with a glass filled with champagne. Did they all think I was some kind of alcoholic? My only way of dealing with free time being binging on champagne? Yes. Yes, that's obviously what they think, and that's what you've been doing. So, not exactly dissuading the notion. Excuse me. Why do I have hiccups? Excuse me. Ugh. Okay, maybe we need to increase the tums. I've gone from 1 to 2. Maybe I need to make it 4. What would you like to do before we set sail? A tour of the rest of the yacht? Some sunbathing? Or maybe you'd like lunch? I'd like to be left alone if that's not a problem. I put my handbag down and headed towards the bow. Fabio nodded and left me. I stayed on deck observing the sea, slowly downing my glass. Then I had another one, and one more, and so on until the bottle was empty. The hangover I was still suffering from started dissipating, but only because I was drunk again. So this is by the way, this is 3 days later. As stated, this is 3 fucking days later because she's pissed off that he left her alone for 3 days after her drunken night out, and she's still hungover. I've had some bad hangovers, but never one that lasted that fucking long. And I only get hangovers when I'm stupid enough to drink and then have a piece of cake. Oh, I cannot drink and do sugar. That's what I learned. I cannot drink and then have sugar of any kind because I don't drink sugary drinks. Because I don't like cocktails and I don't like mixes. So I generally am just either straight like wine or if I'm really going ham, straight vodka, but I don't mix. But if I have like say like 3-4 shots of vodka and then I'm stupid enough to have like a slice of chocolate cake, I will be dead the next day. 2 days. Easily. Yeah, learned a long time ago. Don't have sugar when drinking. I don't know if that's just a me thing or if that's like part of the science of like drinking, but we'll see. What is this? Do we have ducks? Is there ducks? It does cover a drink. All right, we chugging. The instructions are bottoms up. So here, yep, we got okay. Thank you. You know who you are, and I absolutely I heart you. I heart you. I can't do the thing with the hands, but I heart you. I love you so much. So so very much. And thank you for helping me get through this because it's really awful. And I'm definitely helping the Tums. Feeling naughty, seduction, ship-faced, fantasy, peer pressure, c'est la vie. So many options, but Titan. I know, right? Really. I swear to God, it's just because they were afraid to call it the penis, which would have been. Somehow I would have enjoyed that more if they just did. Like, just own it. Like, if you're gonna be this bad and this much of a porno, just double down. Like, go for it. Like, I have a scene that I'm quite proud of myself for because it involves a couple having a low-key fight, and I've never been that, but I ran it by people who aren't a couple, and they said I did pretty good, so I'm very proud of that this week. But I have an immature line in it that I'm still debating whether I should do that to one of my characters or not, but it fits. That's the thing. In the moment, it is out of character for the character to stoop to that level, but in that scene, he's tried every other option to get her to laugh or get her to forgive him. She's super pissed. She has every right to be, and he knows it. So he's not arguing with her being pissed. He's just trying to get through the moment. So yeah, he goes a little more lowbrow, cheap shot than usual, trying to make her laugh and saying something immature. But also at the same time, he's also saying, okay, I get where you are. You hate my right now. I get it. But we're still stuck with each other for a little longer. So go ahead and hate my guts. But, you know, I know where you are and this is what's going on. And this is where we both are. And it's like the most civil thing. But they still both walk away with her still being pissed and him regretting it. But, you know, but at least there's the attempt. So in the moment, the out of character moment works because tried all the usual stuff to make her forgive me, not working. Let me try the unconventional and see if I can just make her laugh for a minute so at least I don't feel like such a heel after I did the terrible thing that she's mad at me about. So I was very pleased with myself that people who are an actual couple or in an actual couple long term said, yeah, that's how people who've known each other for a really long time fight. Must have picked it up. I swear, now that I think about it, I must have picked it up watching my grandparents fight because they didn't fight, not out loud, but they had their ways. You knew my grandmother was pissed by how fast her rocking chair was going. If she was going really fast, she was really fucking pissed. Really, really fucking pissed. And, or if she was knitting, because she could knit a whole sweater without looking once, if she was making mistakes in the knitting and then having to unravel it while pretending not to curse under her breath, she was really pissed because the only time she made mistakes is when she was pissed. And who was she always pissed at? Grandpa. Who got very silent around his wife at the dinner table when she was really pissed and he knew that he actually deserved it? Grandpa. Mm. Sorry. I forgot I was supposed to chug that. Where's my brain? All right. Ah. There we go. Ah. All right, we're going to let that settle for a second. Unless it's drug induced, not alcohol, depends on the half life and all the chemicals and the body's ability to process. It's true. We don't know what he's giving her. Like he's putting some kind of drugs under her tongue with some regularity, and we don't know what it is. And it's mixing with alcohol frequently. Which there's very few drugs that. Well, I'm not sure there's any drugs where it's actually okay to mix it with alcohol. I mean, there's some that it probably just doesn't have any effect. But that's got to be a shorter list than the ones where it's like, don't do this. Because I've picked up prescriptions and it's got the giant ass warning label of saying don't mix this with alcohol. A lot of antibiotics are like that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's from chugging. Also, who said she isn't keeping that alcohol and coming to deal with her situation? Fair point. I mean, if I'm being held captive and I have the option of being drunk or high the entire time, I'll take that. Melville's Moby Dick. I never read that, but that would be a good name for the boat. Cayman cider. What is that? Like, I'm assuming it's some type of booze. But I'm in Canada where cider has a couple of different meanings depending on how alcoholic or legal it is. Because it's one of those things people make on the stovetop a lot, and There's the regular apple cider that you give to the kids, and then there's the very alcoholic apple cider that you keep in the back room. The ecstasy! I need to stop. No, you don't. Cerebellum, keep going. That's awesome. The ecstasy, that is a quality pun, and I normally do not like puns because I think they're like, easy, cheap shot kind of humor. But I recognize when there's a good one, I'm all for points, and that's a very, very good one. That is 5 stars. That's an A+. That's great. But do not stop at all. Keep going. Oh, I think I'm getting your previous one is also a pun, and now it's making sense. I should remind everyone I'm dyslexic and I can't hear the words of, or I can't hear the sounds of letters and words, so I tend to not, yeah. No, I get it now. It just takes a minute because my brain doesn't hear it. Like, believe me, my UK friend, who is a cunning linguist, will often try to do like word puns like that, and I have to remind him that I have no idea what he's saying. I'm like, dude, you've known me for 21 years. You're still, yes, the came inside her. I get it. That is a good one. You're good at this. But also, you have teenagers, and teenagers would probably think that's hilarious. While at least one of them would probably look at you like, ew, mom made a sex joke. But then they would also use it to their friends and laugh about it privately. You know how kids are. Especially if you have a boy teenager, they'll totally use those and take credit for them because their friends would probably fall down laughing at school. You know it. The Titan left port. Also, every time if I hope we don't hear this name of this ship like very often because every time they do, you know what I'm going to think of? Riker. I'm going to think of Star Trek Next Generation and Riker and the Titan, the ship, because it's a ship. And that's what it is. And that's where my brain is going to go every single freaking time that they say the Titan. I'm going to picture a starship. Because it's my imagination and I can't. As the land disappeared over the horizon, I could only think about how I regretted ever visiting Sicily. Oh, where is this coming from? This is coming from nowhere! I dreamt of not meeting Massimo and not becoming his savior. And it can't even spell it right. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a European book, and it's not even spelling savior correctly because there's a U in there. If you know how to fucking spell, which most European countries do because they use British spelling. I say that because I am in a Commonwealth country where we use British spelling. And wow, I have a lot of freckles because the camera's blocking all the light right now and making it look like I have a ton of freckles, but I actually don't. I do have like freckles for real because I'm like this much Irish and I'm just enough Irish that my hair gets a little red in the summer. If I'm out in the sun too much, I get that sun bleach red. And I get like when I get a tan, oh my god, do I get freaking freckles. Oh my freaking god. Like I look so freaking Irish when I get out in some sun. And I used to have people ask me all the time if I put red highlights in my hair in the summer, and I'm like, no, it's just sun bleached. Didn't start happening till I was a teenager, or like not exactly a teenager, but like 11. Didn't start happening. I had jet black hair year round. But then in the summer, like literally by the end of the summer, my whole head would be like auburn, like genuinely auburn, like almost as red as the stripe on the duck stage behind me, just naturally. And then in the winter, back to black. I could have lived my normal life in my normal world instead of sitting here caged like a bird. You're not in a fucking cage, you dumbass slut! In case you haven't noticed, I have no sympathy for this idiot woman. She's too stupid to exist. She's too horny to exist. She's bouncing between I'm begging him to stick his cock in me because it's so beautiful and gorgeous and I'm worshiping his dick in my head to now we're like, oh, I'm being sent off and I have no idea what's going on and I'm being held captive and I'm so sad and I wish we'd never come here. None of this is earned. None of this is worked up to. This is the first time. Even the initial moments where she wakes up and is informed that you are now being held captive by a powerful mob boss and you're his property and he'll kill your family if you try to escape, but you're stuck here for the next year because he wants you to fall in love with him. And then he violently sexually assaults her several times. This is the first time she's having any thought of, I wish I never came here and that this never happened. And it's only after he's seemingly abandoned her for like 3 days. That's the only thing making her sad, is that he's not around. Like, this is as backwards as it can possibly be. And like, how caged are you when she's been allowed to roam around Rome? She's been allowed to roam around Rome, free as a bird, going anywhere she wants, doing anything she wants, spending somebody else's money in the tens of thousands with the shopping sprees and the spa and everything else, being treated like an absolute princess, bodyguard, chauffeurs, the nines, and now, Deacon, I thought you were going to bed. Your son is 18. Oh, yeah, he's right at that. I bet. Because I bet he's still pretending to mom that, he's absolutely never done anything with a girl. Ever. Anything. Ever. Anything. Even a little bit. Ever. I do not like that extra you in words. Hey! It's appropriate. Color. COLOUR. Color. Welcome back. Can't sleep. I did try, though. Okay, you get credit for trying. Oh, itchy. I cannot believe Puppy is still utterly passed out. It's because he didn't sleep all day. I got up early for me, which means I went to bed at 5 a.m. and I got up at 11. And even the dog was like, are we getting up? I haven't slept enough. I'm warm. Are we getting up? Okay, I'm getting up. And but then he didn't sleep all day. He usually naps. And he didn't nap. He was just running around being an obnoxious little pup. And then he got told off for annoying me because I was trying to get ready right before, and he's jumping all over me and being like, pay attention to me. It's like it's the 97th time you've wanted attention today. I need to get ready. So he got told to go to sleep, and I think he took me to heart that or all his exhaustion caught up with him because he's just curled up in a coma. And I can see the puppy bed breathing. Trust me, he's very warm where he is. Okay, bottom layer, thick puppy bed. Then layer of his personal blankie that he will be buried with. Doggy, 8-pound dog curled up in the middle of pile of blankie that half covers him. Then another puppy bed flipped upside down and on top of him, making a cocoon/oven of insulated warm that his little body quickly heats up and turns into a very cozy little oven for him. So he's quite happy and warm where he is. Plus, I know he's got food stashed in there because he's always got food stashed in there. Whether it's scraps he stole out of the garbage or mouthfuls of kibble that he secreted away, he's always got food in his puppy cave. He's a high-functioning autistic and went to New York City with Dad and had girls flirting with him, and he was totally clueless. Aww. Oh, I want to hug him. I can feel him on the being clueless because I'm neurodivergent as well, and one of the things I miss every time is when somebody is flirting with me. I've literally had friends like kind of yank me in the hallway and be like, "Girl is flirting with you," and I'm like, "Oh, he is really?" 'Cause I just don't see it. And that was in high school, and it was the captain of the basketball team. His name is Vaughn, I think. Nice guy, but I also knew that there was no way in hell he was going to be flirting with me. And when I confronted my best friend, she was like, "Yeah, I paid him to do that." It's like, okay, thanks. Thank you for trying to make me not a pariah in middle school, but don't need it, so don't. I also was still in the closet at the time, so she was really just trying to be nice. It was Valentine's Day. She was trying to do something nice for me and like raise my rep. So yeah, she literally paid the captain of the basketball team, who was the hottest guy in school and unattached at the time, to like make a pass at me in the hall where everyone would see. Yeah, you got it. It was like that. Started with my finding a, you know how lockers have those slots so you can put things through them, which of course everyone did to pass secret notes and Valentines. And so it started with me opening my locker and finding a Valentine. Who remembers the phrase "fat"? PHAT. Who remembers when that went through the schools? I don't know if it ever made it to America, but it made it big here, at least for that year, for about a month. So I got a mystery unsigned Valentine saying, "I think you are PHAT," and it's an abbreviation, signed anonymous. And that made me giggle like a schoolgirl, of course, because I was a schoolgirl. Also, it could have been from any one of like 2,000 people, big school. Uh, but then when I passed in the hallway, Vaughn and his entourage, and he actually stops, and not only stops, but stops me because, like, why would I stop? I'm aware of who he is because he's the, main stud king of the school. But yeah, him stopping me in the hallway and touching my face and saying whatever the hell he said because I certainly wasn't paying attention and didn't care because I knew instantly that this was bullshit. Uh, yeah, and my best friend was with me too, and I immediately, like, shall we say, took her aside and said, "I know you did this." I'm like, "And the Valentine was from you, right? And you arranged for him to do that, right?" Yeah, okay. Appreciate the thought. Don't ever do it again. Mom got him a cute blankie. No, Bo came with a blankie. He was a rescue. And he came with the blankie, and he's, how old is Bo? I think he's probably going on 12, I want to say. He's going on 12, and he's had it, and I've had to cut the blankie because he paws at it and scratches it, and, like when he's arranging it. So it'll unravel sometimes, and sometimes it takes him hostage, and like there'll be a hole in it, and he'll get his head stuck, but the rest of him doesn't fit, but he doesn't know how to back up and get his head out of it. So I've had to take him out of it, or the parts that have just unraveled into string that I have to cut out and throw away while he whines and goes, "No, don't take me, Blanky." And I'm like, "Yeah, you nearly strangled yourself to death. I'm cutting the string." So it's not really a blanket anymore. It's more like pieces, but God help you if you try to take it away from him. I hated those things. What things? I hate when people don't know what AAVE actually is. I'm gonna need an explanation on the abbreviation because that's one I don't know. Maybe it's not used here. I don't know. Yes, it did. You need to give Butters his Christmas present. Oh, you were saying you got Butters a blankie and you forgot to give it to him? Okay, now I'm on Butters' behalf. I am demanding a picture of Butters with his new blanket so that I know that he properly received it and was loved and cuddled and snuggled. Also, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Butters, and I would really like to see a picture of Butters. And we have a pet tab in my Discord, so please post a picture of Butters and his blankie. Well, I'm just advocating on behalf of Butters. Thick means fine. Oh, yeah. Remember thick, yeah. My friend's son will never say the word fat because she told him saying fat was like being mean, so he just says thick. And also, mommy showed him, this is what he said when mommy showed him a picture of her incredibly pregnant with the huge belly and tried to explain to him, he was like 7, tried to explain to him fat. Yeah, that's it. It at the time it stood for pretty hot and tempting. That's what it was. So I'm sure there were different versions. I don't know what thick stood for if it ever wasn't just meaning like kind of having a juicy booty, curvy body kind of thing. But fat, PHAT, was pretty hot and tempting. It went around for a couple months. It didn't last long. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the kid, because he wouldn't say fat, because that's being mean, and don't be mean to people, because he's 7. So she showed him the picture of her pregnant and tried to explain that the giant belly was her being pregnant, and that's him in there. To which he put on his serious, thinking very hard, thinking very hard, thinking very hard face, and then went, "Don't think so, mommy. Think you were just thick." So he thinks mommy was just fat basically for a while, and then she wasn't. But he doesn't think that she came out of mommy's tummy. That he came out of mommy's tummy. No, no, no. He doesn't think that. Nope. But he also says when seeing because one bathroom, so when he sees like uh bloody tampons in the garbage can or something or whatever, because little kids will barge in on you in the bathroom, he goes, "Oh, mom, you're bleeding from your butt again," because everything below the waist is just the butt. He hasn't figured out the rest yet. He literally has not worked out that other than boobs, which we're not sure he's acknowledged boobs, that there's any difference between boys and girls. But I'm sure in a couple of years he'll figure it out. Butters has lawyers. Yes. I am glad to advocate on behalf of Butters, and I want to see proof of life with the blankie. What the hell are you wearing this time? I heard the familiar voice behind me. You look like... I spun and nearly bumped into Massimo, who was standing right behind me. Just like when we had our first meet. I was pretty tipsy already, and I stumbled, falling onto the sofa. How much of this book has she spent, seriously drunk or drugged? I look how I want, and it's none of your business, I muttered. You've left me without a word, and you're treating me like some doll you play with whenever you feel like it. Didn't Anastasia pretty much say that to Gray for the same reason? But today that doll wants to be left alone. I got up from the sofa clumsily, grabbed another bottle of champagne, and staggered towards the stern. The shoes I had on didn't make walking any easier, and I realized how pathetic I must have looked. I kicked them off angrily. The man in black followed me, calling out, but his voice failed to penetrate the buzz in my head from the alcohol. I didn't know the ship, but I needed to escape him. I ran down the steps, and that was the last thing I remember. End of chapter. So, in other words, she either fell down and hit her head or she passed out. Or he grabbed her from behind and choked her. this is also an option. But before I turn the page and see what happened, I need the ladies' room, so there will be a brief intermission, and I will highlight some of the... First time the word escape has come up in a context of other than don't. But given that she said she's stumbling, she kicked her shoes off, and she ran down the stairs, I'm going to say she fell. Hey, maybe we'll get to meet the mystery doctor that he claims exists that we haven't met yet. There's got to be a Dr. Flynn stand-in here somewhere. So, I will be right back. Yeah, I am too. I am very concerned about how many women authors write about abuse. Yeah, and not only, there's two sides to that. Women authors who write about abusive relationships, without acknowledging that these are abusive relationships and present them as being romantic and something to aspire to. That's why 50 Shades and this shit is fucking dangerous. Like, Disney will rightfully take all the fucking shit from me for the ideas they put into several generations of women's head about fairy tale fantasies and marrying a guy in a movie where you only spoke 3 lines and Disney relationships happen in 3 days or less, blah, 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 blah. But this is worse. But these were also women raised on the Disney. And then they grew up and discovered sex. And so the toxic spiral, it's the way they write it. Yeah. It's the way they write it as if it's normal, as if it's expected and acceptable. Or I did something to set him off. Because that's what all this is. This is 100% of every time he's violent and sexually abusive, she's like, oh, well, because I dressed like a slut in front of him. So of course he did something violent and sexually perverse to me. Because I earned it. I made him do it. It's my fault. I knew if I did this, he would do that. So it's my fault. That's the disgusting, yeah. I'll say more when I get back. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Chapter 8. Okay, I just saw a line and I extremely want to vomit. Breathe, I heard someone saying. As if through a wall, I hear a puppy stirring. Breathe, Laura. Can you hear me? The voice was growing clearer by the moment. I felt my stomach cramping and I threw up, coughing and spitting out something salty. 'Cause way to make me picture that. Is there a puppy? Where is there a puppy? Bo? Did you just wiggle and rearrange yourself? He may have just wiggled and rearranged. He may not have actually risen from his cave of warm and soft. Now he's still under there. There's a big bump. Thank God. Can you hear me, baby girl? We get to play with fire again. Massimo asked, stroking my hair. I managed to open my eyes and saw the man in black hovering above me, soaking wet. Did she fall overboard? She was running downstairs, meaning below deck. Did she fucking... If you fall overboard off a goddamn fucking yacht, like, depending how high it is, there's such a thing as terminal velocity, or at least you're gonna have broken bones from hitting the surface that hard. So apparently, I'm going from what they said about the salty, that yeah, she fell overboard and nearly fucking drowned. Or, hell, for all she knows, he came down behind her, grabbed her by her hair, slammed her face into the wall, and then threw her overboard so he could play hero. If she fell overboard, she'd be gone. You're correct. My goodness, I hate this author. That's not how boats work. Correct. It is a multi-leveled yacht. Yeah, if she fell overboard, she's gone. Yeah. No, seriously. Like, why do you think international cruises are the number one place that husbands kill wives, especially newlywed wives? Don't ask me why. Because it's usually impossible to prosecute. Because international law is a bunch of fucking shit. And usually, if you're in international waters, it doesn't matter what flag you're flying on. Usually nobody has jurisdiction. So you can commit murder in cold blood in front of 100 people, and there's nothing anyone can do. I believe, I want to say yes, that they said yes, because she said the horizon disappearing. So I think they have left dock and they are on the open ocean. Oh, calm down. Hate is a strong word, but appropriate in some cases. I'm frustrated with her writing skills. Yeah. It's bad. He had his clothes on, but had lost the shoes. Did he pull it Jack Dawson from Titanic? Are we having that moment? Did they try to name his ship the Titanic, but they had to shorten it to Titan? I bet. I watched him, unable to say anything. There was a roar in my head, and the sun was blinding me. Fabio passed us a towel, and Massimo wrapped me in it and took me in his arms. He carried me across the yacht, through all the decks until we reached a bedroom where he put me down. Through all the decks. Are you in the crow's nest and he flew you up here by magic after pulling you out of the ocean? All the decks. All of them. All 6. We were told there were 6 decks. All the decks. I want orcas for this boat. I want to see orcas. I liked Free Willy. Oh, I was a kid. I went ham for those movies. I want to know, what's the name of the the girl who like should have been a big star but never was, that plays in the first Free Willy movie. She's the trainer, the girl. I forget her name, but she's like so iconic, and you always know her voice and her face. And she's somebody who should have been like a mega star but wasn't. And I don't remember her name. Oh, but like, yeah, like 7, 8-year-old me had a crush on her hard. It's gonna bug me now that I can't remember what her name is. Also, my brain is showing me images of her in something else, and I can't remember. She's not in Girl Interrupted. Like, she kind of looks like early 90s Winona Ryder, but not Winona Ryder. Where he put me down, I was still in shock, utterly clueless about what had happened. Massimo was drying my hair, looking at me with eyes filled with worry and anger in equal measure. So I'm going with, yeah, she went overboard. What happened? I croaked. You fell from the deck. Thank God we weren't going faster and that you fell to the side of the boat. Still, you nearly drowned. Again, without seeing the layout of this boat, that sounds fucking impossible for several reasons. One, that going down stairs, which are usually contained within a boat for this exact fucking reason, they usually have walls around them, moron, so that you can't fall off them, because people on these yachts are generally drunk off their ass and high as fucking shit. So, generally, you can't fall down the stairs, moron. And also, the stairs are going to be in the central part of the boat, so falling over the side, that's a hell of a magic trick. Then you didn't break any bones crashing down from the 300-foot, 6-deck high, at least, yacht. How high are 6 decks on a yacht? Because I'm willing to bet terminal velocity ain't that far below it. You didn't break anything, you didn't fucking drown, and somehow what? He did a flying leap off the top deck and dove into the ocean and rescued you, and then you both got pulled up by what? Fairy fucking dust? Like, has she been unconscious for 2 hours? Because that's about how long a real rescue would take. Lori Petty, Danielle Harris, I don't know. The first Free Willy movie, she is the orca trainer for Willy. She's an extremely skinny white female, taller than average. She had short dark hair in the movie. Yeah, she is the official orca trainer of Willy in the first movie. Not that high because it's not a cruise ship. Okay, fair point. But still, a deck has to be like pretty much standard one story, so it's got to be at least 10 feet. Right? And I didn't say she was on the top deck, true. But on a ship like that, pretty much the top deck and maybe like a partial deck above are the only ones that are going to be above board. So everything else is going to be below. So she had to be pretty much on the top of the ship, meaning she must have fell a minimum of 50 to 60 feet. Like, I've been on these kind of boats. If you're in a place where you can fall off the side, then you're on the top deck. So it had to be a considerable fall. Not terminal velocity, because that's higher, but enough to cause serious injury. And she's had 2 bottles of champagne. How did she not drown? Where did he jump from to go in and get her? Also, why? And, like, I want pizza. No, strike that. I want Chinese food rice. Just rice, nothing else. Just Chinese food rice from this place that I like. This definitely, well, actually, they're not closed now because they stay open late now. They stay open until 2 or 3, but it's just this, there's this one place in the city. My mom took me there when we first got here because we both love Chinese and a good buffet, and it was near where we lived. So I've been loyal to this Chinese place. Even though the mall they were in got tore down, they still exist. And they're still the best Chinese food in the city. So yeah, like a fucking a square cube of their Chinese, like, chicken fried rice right now. Ugh, could live off it for a month. I would need a lot more info about the boat. Yeah, that's Setdale. I'm with you. I'm with you. That's what I'm lacking too. I need more information on this boat. I need, like, the make and model and year of manufacture of this boat. That's what I need to figure out what is going on here, because this makes no sense. This feels like I wanted a dramatic moment, so I decided that she fell downstairs. And, like, girl, you want to have her fall downstairs? Have her hit her head. Get a concussion. Have like a bruise or something. Why are we going with fell completely over the side of the boat and nearly drowned? Why? That's just, it's too much. That's later. Don't give it to the orcas. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which actress I mean, whoever was the official orca trainer and looked like, who is around for the 90s and knows what the words heroin chic mean. Cuz she had that look going on. Mm. This is what I'm saying. It depends if it was a 6th-floor boat. Only 3/4 will be above water. The rest is below the waterline. Stairs on the outer normally towards the outside. The pyramid shape at the top. Yeah, we really need to know more about the boat, but this still sounds ridiculous. Massimo knelt by the bed. God damn it, Lara. I feel like killing myself now. At the same time, I'm so happy you're alive. I'd hand him a gun and say, please blow your brains out over there so you don't get any on me. I touched his cheek. You saved me? Oh, so now we're doing, what do you bet he threw her overboard so that they could have this, who knows? And in the chat, I've explained this before, and also Cerebellum, you should so fucking know from a professional point of view. Who knows what Nightingale syndrome is? Because if I wanted to manufacture it, this is a really good way to do that. Three to 6 decks above the water, a general estimate for the height of LG motor super yacht above the water could be approximately 15 to 30 meters, 50 to 100 feet. Those can be higher for the largest vessels. So I was in range. I said 50 to 60 feet. I was on the low side, actually. But yeah. No, seriously, if she fell, like, let's go with the low end. Let's say she fell off the side and fell 50 feet into the water. I went to a summer camp more than once. Joy Camp up north, where Christie Conservation Area. Well, no, not Christie. It's north of Christie, but you go through there to get there. And there's these cliffs that we would take the pontoon boat out to in the afternoon. Very shallow inlet, calm lake, perfectly safe. No, not even like fish. Nothing that's going to hurt you. But there were these shale cliffs because everything here is shale. And over the years, there had been kind of a rough stairway formed to climb up them, and they were marked at different points. And it was kind of a rite of passage to jump up different points. And there was the 5 foot, the 11 foot, because again, these are natural cliffs. 5 foot, the 11 foot, there was a 20, there was a 30, 35, a 40, there was a 50 foot, which most of the adults didn't like the younger ones going off of because you got to know how to hit the water. Anything above the 30, you better know how to hit the water or you're going to break some bones. And there was indeed a 60, but you had to take the branch off the 50, go around and come up through the woods. It was like a 10-minute hike. You had to go around to come out on the 60 at the point of the cliff and then dive it. And they really would stop you if you were under a certain age. Like if a 12-year-old tried to do it, they'd be like, no, you're not jumping off the 50. Nope, sorry. Nope, you don't know what you're doing and you're way too breakable. Not happening. I only ever went off the 20 because I'm not an idiot, and that was terrifying. I'm fine with heights, genuinely. But I'm not fine with jumping off of heights. Also, I don't do unknown or risky things, but I was at camp and I was secretly drunk because somebody had a bottle of vodka and we'd been passing it around on the boat behind the counselor's back. So we were all a little tipsy because we were young and didn't drink and were stupid. So I went off the 20, even though I really hated it and I will never ever do it again. And I still regret it because I was terrified and it was stupid. But I remember hitting the water. There was a girl about my age, my size, who jumped off the 30. She tried to do a flip, didn't make it, landed flat on her back, slammed, wham into the water, then sunk under the water. She's wearing a life jacket. And she sunk under the water, didn't come back up. We seriously were like freaking out that she drowned. Then she came back up, but she wasn't moving or speaking. So like a couple of us jumped in and tried to swim to her as quick as possible because we really thought that she died. And she just hit the water so hard that it knocked the wind out of her and she couldn't speak. But she was fucked up for the rest of camp. Like she was fucked up. Like she hurt herself, and that was going up to 30. I don't know about that syndrome. Can you? Oh, Nightingale syndrome. It's where Nightingale syndrome is if somebody does or you perceive that they have saved your life. This happens a lot in hospitals with doctors and nurses. Also happens to EMTs a lot. Where if somebody feels like they're about to die, and then that moment when they wake up and somebody says you're going to be okay, that face that they see, there's a psychological bond that happens. It's a form of temporary psychosis. It does pass, but in that moment, this person just saved your life. You're enthralled to them. You feel like you're indebted, and you get a very sexually. You want to say thank you, and generally the way you do that is by throwing your body at them. But it passes in 2-3 days. And it is seen as highly unethical and immoral, and in some cases illegal, because to sleep with that person, if you are that EMT and you sleep with the person, say it's a junkie you just brought back to life with Narcan, and you slip her your number and she comes to your place at night and you fuck her crazy, you're taking advantage. Because this person is having a form of psychosis right now. They're literally not in their right mind. And if they were, they would never be sleeping with you. So it's seen as very much taking advantage, though there's not always laws against it, because some people don't recognize that it's real, but it's very real. And it is named after Florence Nightingale. That's where it comes from. So is Nightingale syndrome where that whole my angel things come? Yeah. Those measurements were top, possibly less than that even. When you fall in love with your caretaker, nurse you back to health, a bit like falling in love with the right. Yep. Cerebellum knows. But it can happen in a kind of microcosm as well. And it's very, yeah. Hitting water like that is hitting concrete. That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what happened to the girl at camp. Yeah. Her back hit the water. We heard it. Like, there was almost no splash. It was just wham! And then she sank, and we were like, oh my God, she's dead. And a bunch of us jumped in to try and get her. And when she came back up and she couldn't speak to us, it was like 5 minutes before she could speak because she couldn't breathe. Because she hit that water so hard directly on her back, just whammed it. And we were like, oh God, somebody's going to die. Notably, the next day, the pontoon boat didn't take anyone to the cliffs because we were told none of the counselors are available to drive the boat. So sorry, kids. Extra crafting and hiking time. No going cliff jumping today. Like we all didn't fucking know. Like we didn't fucking know. Not to mention the morphine. Yeah, that too. Yeah, morphine will fuck you up. That's true. I actually can't take morphine. I can take 1 dose of morphine. I can't take 3. So I can take 1. I can take 2 much later if it's necessary. But if I'm given 3 or more doses of morphine, I will spend the next 2 weeks having how do I put this? Allow me to explain before judging me on my following words. I will have falsely induced panic attacks, meaning I will feel all the symptoms of a panic attack. My heart is racing, I'm sweating, I'm panicking, I'm looking around like crazy, and I feel threatened and terrified and cornered like a cornered rabbit. However, there's nothing causing it. And I can actually tell, oh, I'm feeling all the panicky things, but I'm not reacting to anything. I'm perfectly fine. I'm sitting here, I'm perfectly fine. So why do I feel like I'm panicking and about to lose my mind or die? And morphine does it. Only if it's more than 2 doses. It'll do it though. But it will, even if it's just 3 doses and then it stops, it will still cause those symptoms for the next 2 weeks, about 6-7 times a day. I love learning about new things too. Learning is cool. Learning is fun. Learning is, learning is great. And you should always keep learning new things. I'm like 38. I still learn new things all the time and I love it. Like, you know what I learned today? How to spell Venezuela correctly. And I spelled it correctly. And I was proud of myself for that. I have panic attacks since I woke up. Wakes up, he did what? Yeah, there you go. Excuse me. I touched his cheek. You saved me? You were lucky I was close. I don't even want to think what would have happened otherwise. Yeah, because there's nobody else on this whole yacht that can swim. Or how about a life preserver? How about anyone with safety skills? How about a rope? Why are you being so stubborn? Why don't you listen to me? He sighed. You kidnapped her like 11 days ago, you fucking... Like, again, this makes no goddamn motherfucking fucking sense unless she orchestrated all of this secretly. You know what else he reminds me of? And I'm going back to TNG here, early days TNG, because it's in season 1. What the fuck is it called? No, what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? TNG episode season 1 was nominated for an Oscar for outstanding hairstyling. I'm not making that up. It's the one where Deanna Troi supposedly has an arranged marriage, and they had a rose that was supposed to change color every time she's holding it. It was like basically a mood ring rose because 80s. But they couldn't maintain the effects through the whole episode, so it only happens once and then never happens again. Even though she's holding it constantly, it never changes. But there's been a long-standing arranged marriage, which she's about to go through with, except the guy shows up and goes, oh, you're not the woman I've been seeing visions of my whole life, and reveals that there's this blonde woman that he's been seeing his whole life that he thought was her because she has telepathic powers, and they were bonded as children, so he thought it was her, but it wasn't. And then, of course, Mystery Ship shows up and the blonde woman is on it, and of course he leaves and goes to be with her. That's what this is as well. What is it? Yeah, it's in season 1. Riker is at his most bitch boy. I'm sorry, but Riker's a pathetic character. I do not like the character of Riker. He's useless and stupid. Especially the more the series got on. Like, he should have left, honestly. After Best of Both Worlds, if you want to keep Picard, fine. Otherwise, kill Picard, have him killed by the Borg or taken by them, whatever, and either make Riker the captain of the Enterprise, or once Picard returns, have Riker take was it the Melbourne he was being offered? Have him take it and go off the show. That's what they should have fucking done. Instead, he turned into a useless idiot who couldn't. Speaking of the Oscars, did they happen yet? No. No, because it missed. Oscars are in October, and Sinners, I think, missed the cutoff, so I think they're in next year's. I'm not sure. I heard they were nominated. I heard that. Start seeing patterns in the wallpaper become a friend of mine that happened to. She was on morphine after having minor surgery, and her walls in her bedroom were painted blue, and they started like moving, and then she started seeing fish in the wallpaper. There were no fish in the wallpaper, but she saw them. The alcohol was still buzzing in my head, and I could taste the salt water in my mouth. I'd like to take a shower now, I muttered and tried to push myself up. Yeah, that's the reaction to I nearly drowned. Notice how there's no EMTs or medical personnel because secondary drowning is a thing. People who often recover spit up the salt water and think they're okay, and they're not okay. The man in black didn't let me. He grabbed me by the shoulders delicately. I can't allow you to do it by yourself. Just 5 minutes ago, you weren't even breathing. If you need it so badly, I'll wash you. Okay, so she got to the point of stopped breathing. So she was dead for a couple minutes. Fuck, you ruined everything. I'm taking you to Oscars. That better be a quote from the movie. Wait, she was drunk and got pushed in the water? Deacon, are you drunk? Mm-hmm. Whoa! Okay, apparently official Oscar nominations will be announced on the 22nd of this month, though it's incredibly highly speculated that Sinners is expected to be nominated for Best Directing, Screenplay, Acting for Michael B. Jordan, and possibly Best Picture, and also Best Acting for Delroy Lindo. Though again, the official noms are not out until the 22nd, so this is pure speculation. The actual Oscar cards usually occur around mid-February. Really? Was I that far off? What happens in October? Is it the Emmys? But yeah, so you can wait 19 days and you'll know for sure, but it sounds like they're going to be a top contender. And we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they will. I know it's been in a movie of very slim pickings. I don't mean any offense, but slim pickings. So, and I heard it's one of the few movies I've pretty much consistently heard good things about it. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard a lot of good things, so it really could sweep the categories. Though I give it a slight snub for the lack of a best actress. Because everyone nominated is male, okay? Now maybe it's like an all male cast, I don't know, but if there's any women in it, why am I not seeing a nom for, best supporting actress or, you know? Don't spoil me. I don't like spoilers. I'll watch it eventually. Emmy, Grammy, CMA, People's Choice. Yeah, there's so many. Thank you, Deacon. That's very kind of you. Again, I don't know. Possibly it's like a 99% male cast. I don't know. But I imagine there's at least a couple of, female roles. And it's like, okay, where's their acclaim? If the whole movie, because that's always my thing. If the overall movie is getting like best directing, best picture, which it is, I'm like, okay, then why are we only nominating the male actors? Didn't the women, like, because there's usually leading male and then leading woman in most movies. So why are we not having equal noms? Okay, they both contributed to making it an outstanding film. Women carried it, yeah. It seems like they may be getting snubbed, but we'll see. Again, everything is speculation right now. Everything is speculation about who is getting what noms. So on the 22nd of this month, that's when the official noms come out, and we'll see. So maybe they will be fair. I shot him a glance, exhausted, unable to refuse. Besides, he had already seen me naked. Not only seen, but also touched. So there wasn't any part of my body that would still be unknown to him. I'm going to point out he hasn't fingered her ass yet, so there's that. I nodded slightly. For a moment, Massimo left, but then he reappeared. I could hear running water in the bathroom. He took off his wet pants, shirt, and boxers. In normal circumstances, that view would have worked me up, but not this time. Massimo took the towel I was rolled up in and gently took off my top, seemingly untouched by what he was seeing. He unbuttoned my shorts, discovering I wasn't wearing any underwear. You don't have your panties on. How astute of you, I smiled. I didn't think we'd see each other. How does that help? His stare grew ice cold, and I decided to leave it at that. He took me in his arms and carried me to the bathroom, just a couple of feet from the bed. A huge bathtub stood in the wall, partially filled with water now. Massimo stepped in and sat down and leaned back, turning me around and setting me down between his legs with my head resting on his chest. So he got naked and got in the tub with her. That what? This is not like I'm either too drunk or not drunk enough. But we have 30 minutes left, so let's see how far we get. First, he washed my body, not skipping a spot. Then he went on to my hair. I was surprised at how delicate he could be. In the end, he took me out of the tub, covered me with a towel, and carried me back to bed. With a button on the remote control, he made the shutters roll down on the windows, shading the room. I immediately fell asleep. Again, we have no idea how long she's actually been there because she's spent more than half the time. She's spent 2/3 of the time since we have met her, since the beginning of this book. We're on page 132. We have spent more than 2/3 of the time with her unconscious. I woke up terrified, gasping for air and panicking. Where was I? It took me a while to recall the events of the previous day. There's a dog on my leg. Somebody just woke up and wants a cuddle. Hi. Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Everybody look at the puppy. Look at him. He's still sleepy. He's still very sleepy. He just woke up. He's very sleepy. He's a very sleepy boy. He's a very sleepy boy. He's like, Mommy, this is not how you cuddle me. Mommy. Baby, cuddle me properly. I'm a baby. Yes, show everyone my sweater that makes me feel like the happiest doggy. See the big yawn? Yep. Yeah, he's still sleeping. He's still very sleepy. He just decided that we all need to see him and he needs to be a cuddle. He's so sleepy. Look at the face. Look how sleepy this is. Yeah. This is a very sleepy dog. Yeah. This is a sleepy puppy. Little eyes closing. Yes, sleepy baby. Yeah, it's a sleepy baby. Yes. Oh, it's a sleepy baby. Yes, it is. Yes, it's a sleepy, 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 sleepy baby. Oh, it's a baby dog. Yes, it is. It's a baby dog. Oh, it's a baby dog. Yes, it is. It's so sleepy. It's a baby dog. Yes, a baby dog. Yeah. It's so sleepy. He'll be back asleep in 5 minutes. You just need some love. Yes, you just need some love, don't you? Yes, you just need some love. You're so sleepy. Yes. Oh, come here. Lay down. Lay down. Here, let me hold you. I've got you. I've got you. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. I'm just gonna rub your belly. I know you can't lick right now because mommy has her makeup on. I know. I know. It's very disappointing for you that you can't lick right now. I know. I know. It's not you being a best puppy. I know. Oh, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, you're okay. Okay. So I'm gonna put you down. You're gonna go back to sleep, okay? Okay? Go back to your puppy cave of warm. Yeah. Go back to your warm little puppy cave of all you're soft and warm. And of course he hit the mute, because of course he did. And I'm just telling him to go back to his nice soft puppy cave of warm and soft. Yeah. Go back to your puppy cave of warm and soft. He's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. Oh, yeah. Sleepy little man. Oh, sleepy little baby. Yes, you are. So sleepy. Yeah. Okay. Go to sleep. Okay. Yeah, you go to sleep. Yes, you know mommy loves you. Yes, mommy loves you so much. Okay, yeah, mommy loves you. Okay, down, 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 down. There we go. There we go. Go back to sleep. Hopefully he'll be back under his puppy bed in a minute. Like I said, he hasn't slept today, so he's gotta be exhausted. I woke up terrified, gasping for air, panicking. Where was I? It took me a while to recall the events of the previous day. I got out of bed and turned the light on, revealing an impressive cabin. White rounded sofas in the living room perfectly complemented the black floor. The interior was minimalistic and very masculine. Even the flowers in their vases perched on top of bright columns seemed somehow masculine. Okay, who the fuck has all these obviously breakable vases on a goddamn yacht? There's a reason you don't do this. Yeah, Puppy's rearranging the contents of his crate to pile form again. He's going back to sleep. Where was Massimo? Had he left me again? I put on a bathrobe over my naked skin and went to the door. Okay, I really just need to get a white fluffy bathrobe to wear during this because that's the most common thing in these fucking books. That's what you get when you choose champagne over a tour of the yacht. The thought of. Oh, wait, I skipped a line. Over my naked skin and went to the door. The corridors were wide and well lit. I had no idea where I was going. That's what you get when you choose champagne over a tour of the yacht. Suck my dick. The thought of alcohol made me wince. Finally taking the steps up, I reached the deck and I remembered. Despite only learning about what happened from Massimo's story, I felt afraid. The deck was empty and dark. What are the odds that he shoved her overboard? Because I still say he did. The glass floor was only illuminated by the faint beams of light coming from the sparsely positioned floor lamps. I headed towards the semi-roofed lounge, crossed it, and reached the bow. Sleep well? I heard a voice from the darkness. I scanned my surroundings, and there he was, the man in black, sitting in the jacuzzi with both hands resting on the edge of the tub. I can see you're feeling better. Care to join me? Yeah, because the hot tub's what she needs right now. He tilted his head from side to side as if trying to relax his neck muscles. Keeping his eyes on me, he took a sip of amber liquid from his glass, amber liqueur from his glass. Why are we saying amber liqueur? Like, I want to know. What the fuck is this mystery drink? Like, just fucking say scotch or bourbon or whatever the fuck you actually fucking mean. Like, this amber liqueur shit just makes you sound like a dumbass who doesn't know what you're talking about. The Titan was anchored, and I could see the lights of land in the distance. The calm waves were gently sloshing against the side of the yacht. Where is everybody? I asked. Where they're supposed to be, which is somewhere else, Massimo said and put the glass down. Are you waiting for another invitation, Laura? His voice was serious, and his eyes reflected the light of the lamps illuminating the deck. Looking at him, I realized I'd been missing him for the past few days. You just woke up from nearly drowning, you stupid slut. I reached for the belt of the bathrobe, pulled at it, and allowed the robe to fall to the floor. Massimo watched in rapt attention, his jaw working rhythmically. Slowly, I walked towards him and slid into the water, taking the place opposite him. Wait, she fell over, blacked out, and he dunked her into the saltwater jacuzzi. Now he's enticing her into the jacuzzi, yeah. But yeah, she fell overboard, blacked out, apparently is waking up what she thinks is the next day. We don't know that that's true. And now she's found him in a jacuzzi where she's just gotten into it naked. I looked up at him as he took another sip. He was so lovely when he was trying to hold himself back. In other words, he's a vicious, violent rapist who can barely contain himself from fucking anything in a skirt he sees. This is literally all I know about this guy. We're 133 pages in. This is all I know about him. That he's a violent murderer and rapist. That is all that I know. And that owl is back. Yep, there it is. Yep, it's calling out. There it is. Haven't heard it in a few days, but it's around tonight. No, he dunked her in the jacuzzi so she would think he would fell over. His shoes were off. Remember? Hoo, yes. Yeah, no, I don't know if the mic's picking it up because it's really close. It's really close tonight. Really close. Yeah, it's right there. But yeah, I can hear it making the rounds. I don't know if it's the males or the females that call out, but whatever it is, dunked her in the jacuzzi so she would think she fell over. Entirely possible. Yeah, because I said even that like her her going down the stairs, he could have just whacked her head off the side and been like, oh, you passed out. And yeah, he could have just dunked her in the jacuzzi and been like, oh, it saved your life. You weren't breathing, trying to invoke that nightingale sense. Not that he needed to, because she was already extraordinarily horny. You heard it? Yeah, no, it's really close. I mean, it's right there. It definitely, there's a giant tree in the courtyard that is literally right below my balcony that I swear that's where it lives. And so, yeah, it's really close. But I have to pee again, so I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Yay for getting lipstick on white cords. I moved closer and sat on his knees, pressing myself against him. Without asking for consent, I ran my hand through his hair. See, that would matter if this wasn't like the 50th goddamn time she's done something like this, and he's done a million times worse. He moaned softly and leaned his head back, closing his eyes. I stared at him for an instant before leaning closer and biting his lip gently. He grew harder beneath me. That should have happened the second she sat on his lap. Come on. I swayed my hips delicately, suckling on his lips, trailing my teeth along them, until I slid my tongue into his mouth. He dropped his hands, grabbing my ass, pulling me closer. This is Nightingale syndrome. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Or at least I would say so if she wasn't already such a horny fucking slut skank in the first place. I'm lowering her designation to skank. Call me that if you want me to rearrange the bones in your face. I missed you, I whispered, pulling away for a moment. He pushed me back and shot me a wide-eyed stare. Is that how you display your longing? Because if this is your way of saying thank you for saving my life, baby girl, we get to play with fire again. Did I miss one? I missed one before. Chat, seriously. Chat, you are naughty. You're supposed to tell me when I'm supposed to burn things, and I know I forgot one, and now I don't know where it is. Damn it. Fuck. Yes, this is an awful book. Yes, she almost just drowned. And also, by the way, there's like nobody has said anything about any kind of medical personnel being on the boat or like medical equipment or like heated oxygen or like drugs to combat hypothermia because you're in the middle of the fucking ocean. Like nobody said anything about that. But fuck, I know I forgot to burn something. Motherfucking stupid motherfucker. Oh, there's like 20 pages. I can't scan that. Not this fast. All right, we're burning this one extra to make up for the one that I missed. But seriously, chat in the future, if I say something's going to burn and I turn the page without burning it, please remind me. I can't accept it. I won't do it with you until you're absolutely sure you want it. You've done it to her like 9 times just because you didn't involve dick or semen. That's what it is. It's coming in her. I bet you anything it's more than fucking her because I bet you anything he fucks her, but he uses the pull-out method. I bet you fucking anything that happens at some point, and he claims he didn't fuck her because he didn't come inside her, like the old Roman thing where it's only cheating if you in the vagina put semen in a woman because then she can have a child. So that counts as cheating, but nothing else. Because again, ancient Rome, think literally the HBO show Rome, also Spartacus. Men weren't expected to be faithful. Women never expected this. They just expected you don't have a baby with anybody else. I'm your wife. I'm the one you give babies to. You can fuck anything else you want. Men, other women, men, sheep. I don't care. Just don't give a baby to anyone else because I'm your wife and that's my right. The HBO show Rome, by the way, is one of the most spectacular shows ever made. I'm so sad that it only had 2 seasons. They are spectacular, though. And every episode has a commentary. Actually, it has 2. It has a director crew commentary, and then it has a historical commentary, which I fully encourage you to listen to the historical ones with the on-screen pop-ups because, damn, they are fucking A. I got a man killed in the Bible. Funny story. Which one? I'm going to need more detail than that because there's a lot of stupid ways people died in the Bible. Yeah, nearly spilled the glass. No joke. for pulling out? Was he fucking Hera? Or Electo? Persephone? If I ever had a daughter, Persephone would be a great name. I won't do it with you until you're absolutely sure you want it. That hurt me. I pushed even further away and jumped out of the jacuzzi, then grabbed my bathrobe and threw it over my shoulders, suddenly ashamed. I wanted to cry. I needed to be as far away from him as I could. Again, if she has Nightingale syndrome, this is exactly the response. It could even lead to suicide, I'm not kidding. I ran back down the stairs and immediately got lost in the labyrinth of passages. All the doors looked the same. Thinking I found the right run, I grabbed the handle and entered the berth. Trailing my hand along the wall, I was looking for a light switch. Finally realizing this was not the place I'd been looking for, the door closed behind me and I heard the faint click of the lock. The lights grew dimmer and I froze, afraid to turn around, though I knew he wouldn't hurt me. So just standing in a dark room together, I'm looking for a weapon. I love it when you touch my hair, Massimo said, stopping behind me. He snatched the sash of my bathrobe and tore my only cover away. Okay, she said she put the robe over her fucking shoulder. So why does the sash of it matter? She's not wearing it. This book forgets itself in like 10 lines. Not even. It says, I grabbed my bathrobe and threw it over my shoulder, suddenly ashamed, and now he's acting like she's wearing it. Also, when saying, I don't want you, he's apparently stalked her to this dark room and locked her in. Persephone is your oldest cat. I also love the pun of Persephone. That is perfect. Also, I need a picture, and you know where my Discord is, so I need a picture of said kitty. Also, Deacon, I'm still waiting for the picture of Butters with his blanket. It is his Christmas present, therefore he's entitled of it. Don't make me file a claim in cat court. Samuel, you're not supposed to notice that. I know, right? I know. And yet, I spend so much goddamn time researching for my novel so I don't sound stupid. Also, I realized I wanted to do this for a while. It's been a while since I gave an update on the lengthy list of subjects I have researched. I can't remember where I left off, so forgive me if a few of these are repeats, but let's see. Police ranks in Boston, expensive crystal cloches and serving utensils, the name for a long scarf worn backwards with an evening gown, the details of labia majora reduction surgery, vaginal lengthening surgery, the brand Garrison Bespoke, valerian root and its uses, the three Furies in Greek mythology, and specifically the leader of the Furies, Electo, were all on my this week list. Da-da! I'm hearing the Law and Order. Dun-dun. And by the way, my list of things I've researched is now past the 50 things mark. Because I don't want to sound like this. Also, I have one police interrogation scene. You know what I did? I spent over 12 hours talking to people who are actual police, one of whom is a police from Japan, two of whom are from America, and we were voice chatting, and I spent over 12 hours basically interrogating them with my questions and laying out the scene and saying, like, if this is in Boston, in the real world, in America, and this is what you think the crime is, what do you say, what do you do, what are you allowed to do, etc. And so I think the scene came out well, because I did show it to everyone that contributed, and I got positive feedback from all of them. Yeah, so they did have a couple suggestions on moving a couple things around, which I did. Just in terms of, you would have, like, I had the Miranda warning kind of in the middle, and they were like, no, 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 no. If you're investigating this kind of crime and you suspect this and you're doing this, the Miranda warning is right off the top or you're screwed. So I did adjust that, and they were right. I just didn't know enough to know that. But getting it, like, guy I spent literally over 3 days. I spent 9 hours with one guy. So for me to show him the scene like several weeks later and be like, does this sound like I know what I am talking about? And for him to say yes, I'm so happy. Because it just proves that, like, yeah, I put 12 hours into talking to people from 3 different countries, but I have a 7-page scene that an actual police detective says, yeah, that sounds like an actual police detective, and that's pretty much how we would go about it. Nothing makes me happier because I don't sound stupid. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. It's obvious I did my research, and I hope to be respected for that. Should my novel ever get published, I hope that I will be respected for putting in the actual effort and trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about. And for taking the time, and for me being an extreme introvert and afraid, antisocial and afraid of social, to reach out to strangers on the internet and be like, hey, you were a cop, you're retired now, but can I pick your brain for some facts for my completely made up, ridiculous fan fiction turned novel story, please? Like, that has taken a hell of a chance for me. That was terrifying. And then there's the more terrifying part where they actually said yes. And I was like, oh dear God, I have to talk to these people now. Okay, so we're circling for a landing. Let me flip. Again, this is a book that there's no breaks. It's all, look at this. It's all just solid line. Who the fuck? There's paragraph breaks, you dumbass. And I'm all for supporting the rainforest, but Jesus Christ. I'm not. Listen, I'm. No, I just flipped ahead and I shouldn't have, and I'm not. Okay, I'm not. We're done. We're done. We're done. I'm done. We're done. We're done. I'm drawing a line. Where the fuck are we? We're done because we're going into another sex scene. I'm not starting in the middle of a sex scene. So, the. Okay, I found the point where we're gonna stop. I love it when you touch my hair, Massimo said, stopping behind me. He snatched the sash of my bathrobe and tore my only cover away from me. As I pressed myself against him, she's so concerned she's pressing her naked body against his, even though she's so afraid. I felt he was naked, wet and hot. He turned me around and his lips clasped around mine. He kissed me hungrily. His hands moved around my body, stopping on my ass. He lifted me up, kissing me all the while, and carried me to the bed, laying me on the mattress. For a while, he stood there looking at me. The dog is coming to me because he hears my distressed voice and he's an emotional support animal, partially trained by my previous emotional support animal. He's going, Mommy, your voice is doing the distress thing. Therefore, you need a puppy. Therefore, cuddle me. One moment, my darling. He lifted me up and kissed me all the while, and he carried me to the bed, laying me down on the mattress. For a while, he stood there looking at me. I met his stare and lifted my arms above my head, spreading them to my side, showing him my helplessness, but also my trust. And this is his response. If we do it now, I won't be able to stop. You know that, right? He asked in a serious voice. If we cross this line, I'll fuck you whether you like it or not. And that's where we're stopping. And there's a doggy. Look, there's a doggy. Look, come here. Look, it's a doggy. Look, there's a doggy. Look at this beautiful animal. Look at this beautiful 8 pounds of fur. He's very sleepy. Look at him, Bobby. Look at him. Look at him. Look how sweet he is. Deacon, look at the dog. Look at the dog. Deacon, all you need is to look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Focus on him. And go to sleep thinking of the puppy. He was going, Mommy, you're not holding me right, so I'm going to get in your face. Mm-hmm. Yes, I know. No, I know. I'm a bad mommy. I know. No, I know. I should be curled up in the puppy bed with you, right? That's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. That's really what he thinks. He's a very smart doggy. Yes. Oh, you beautiful baby. Okay, mommy's got to say goodnight. Can you do that? Okay, how about you go get on the bed and I'll be there with you soon, okay? So you go under your pile of soft and warm and you fall asleep and then I'll be there really soon, okay? I don't think he's quite buying it. Yes. I'm getting petted with two hands and I'm the sleepiest of little animals. Yes, I am. I'm so cute. I'm so cute. I'm adorable. I'm the cutest of doggies. Do not see how cute I am. I'm so cute. So that is where we're leaving off this disgusting evening. And how are we once again going to start with at least a quasi-sex scene? Again, I saw online, I flipped forward a couple pages looking for somewhere to stop, so I don't know if it's this or if it's coming up, but it's one of the things that make me gag, so. So, I'm disappointed we didn't get any ducks tonight, because I would have liked at least one duck, because we really do. We have 6 ducks that have to be sponsored before I can get new ducks, and I really want to creatively paint more ducks, but I just, it's the rules. It's like anyone who knows theater, you don't look into the opera box or you're cursed. So you don't order new ducks until all the previous ducks are gone, or else you're cursing the previous ducks by making them seem unwanted or unworthy. So I can't order new ducks until these ducks are gone. That is the rule. So hopefully they will soon be sponsored and then we can order new ducks and I can get my creativity on and we can all have some fun. Because I will always take suggestions from chat as to what to paint ducks to. And there will be more and more ducks need to be, shall we say, rebranded before joining the stage. Also, I need to build a third. Oh, fuck, I meant to keep some. Damn it, I had cereal boxes and I just broke down like every box in the house and threw it out. I should have kept those for a new stage. Damn it. Okay, note to self, don't throw out cereal boxes. But we will get to that. But that is going to do it for this week. Did we learn anything? Did the story progress at all? Like, could you literally cut out? We met page quote, so we read 40 pages. Did any of it matter? Did any of it actually contribute or forward any kind of a story? Not that there's a story, because there's just sex, rage, change of scenery, repeat. There's like nothing. Like, it's not even a cohesive story or plot. Was there anything that actually happened that if it was not there, we would miss something or lose out on some explanation or character growth or whatever? And the answer is no. No, there's not. There's nothing that we read tonight that you could not cut out and not notice. However, chat, shame on you again, because yeah, he said baby girl and I can burn it because it's on the back of the page. So to send off for the evening, we are going to play with fire one last time. And then I shall say goodnight and get really high and get some food. But yeah, right there. And then I am going to go back and find it in the previous pages and burn it silently just to appease the nailed on chalkboard in my brain that happens when I miss. But I also need to be better. But chat, also help me be better, please. Genuinely, please, 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 please. But for now, to send everyone off with hopefully sweet dreams of watching this book and all that it stands for, and the absolutely god-awful messages that it sends to young women, because mommies read this and then teenagers find it and steal it and get really twisted ideas of, oh, I should put up with this physical violent abuse and physical violent sexual abuse because he really loves me, and that's how real love works. So you put up with it because he buys you diamonds, even though he beats the shit out of you. And young girls grow up thinking this is normal, or young men, but mostly girls. But to say goodnight, everyone, I intone the following phrase. Bear, bear, bear! Didn't burn it as much as I wanted to. Still smells like the logs from Canadian Tire. Wow, this one really smells like the logs from Canadian Tire with the wrapper on, which most people don't know. You're supposed to leave the wrapper on. It's kindling. It's okay. Smell's gone now. Pout. So that will do it for this evening. Also, if anybody knows a good roleplay partner, text roleplay, and I mean they better know what they're doing and not think one-liner porno is a thing. But if you're anyone good in a text roleplay, I'm single and horny, and I need somebody to play with to even just exercise myself creatively. So if you know anybody like that, please give them my DMs. Because I am ready to get some. Not looking for any kind of relationship, just for people to play with. But that will do it for this evening. Please, please, please put pictures of your pets on my Discord in the Pet Adventures tab because we need more pets. Because pets are the best. We don't deserve them, and they are the best. Deacon, please make sure Butters gets his blankie. You know, Santa brought that for him. You should give it to him and wrap him up in it and scruffle him like a big fur ball that I'm sure he'll hate, but go like, here's your blankie, silly kitty, and love him and fluffle him and make him a very happy boy. Or girl. I'm not sure. But everyone make your pets happy. Adderall was worn off. Yeah. I should probably take some to calm down. But we'll try that another night. For now, this has been Bad Erotica Book Club. I've been Insane Lane. This has been a horrible book and 40 pages that contributed absolutely nothing to the story because other than some really bad non-consensual sex scenes and a lot of drinking, and again, somebody getting shot off screen, so I don't believe it. Nothing that matters happened. You could skip all of this, miss nothing. How did they make a movie out of this? Seriously. Like, seriously, how did they make a movie out of this? They got past some level of ratings, because even on streaming, it's still rated in some way. And it's not triple X rated like a porno, so how little resemblance to the book does the movie bear is kind of my question. But I'm not going to know that for a long time because I'm not watching any of the movies till we've read all 3 books because God knows what they'll spoil accidentally, and I'm too prone to spoilers, so I can't. But everyone say goodnight to our ducks, our beautiful pantheon of ducks. And say goodnight to our ducks in waiting to be sponsored, as I'm sure they soon will be, because I have the best chat in the history of the world. I dropped a duck. I dropped 2 ducks. I dropped 3 ducks. Oh God. Oh God. Laws of physics. Oh God. Don't worry. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. Where's Flounder? I can't find Flounder. Okay. Scuba Duck is here. Where's Flounder? No, seriously. Where is Flounder? No, seriously. Okay. Dog. Oh! Okay, Flounder went really far under my desk in no man's land. I'm gonna need some help. I will rescue Flounder. I promise. I will post in my Discord when Flounder is okay. I promise I will rescue him immediately. But until then, everyone have a good night. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Duck. That was a Bad Erotica Duck Club because I'm very concerned about Flounder and the dog is taking notice. So I really need to go rescue a duck. I'm sorry. If anyone would like to last minute sponsor a duck, that link to PayPal is live all the time. So if you would like to sponsor a duck in the after show, or if you're in the Rewatch Club, you can still sponsor a duck. Just make sure you tell me which one and what you want to call it. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Please post pictures of all of your pets in my Discord. Thank you all for being here. You are the best chat in the history of the internet, and I love you all so much. But until then, take care of yourself and take care of your fur babies and have a good rest of your weekend. Good night, everybody. Please get some sleep, especially Deacon. Good night.